Ja. Also jetzt muss ich jetzt da einrücken oder nicht? Also ich muss gar nichts. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are a bit delayed. That's, I think, why we should start right now, actually. Sorry for some technical issues, which the reason I will explain in a minute, actually. But overall, as said, good morning to everyone and a warm welcome to Geneva, but also to participants online. It is my great pleasure to open this training workshop on national state and outlook reporting, which is organized together with the Environment Agency Austria under the EU4 Green Recovery East program. This program is supported, financially supported by the European Union. And this event today is also organized in collaboration with OECD, and I welcome our colleagues from OECD here in the room, as well as the European Environment Agency. And we have Tobias from the European Environment Agency online with us. Before we move on with the workshop as such, I also would like to provide a few technical and housekeeping issues. I mean, as you have seen, the meeting is a hybrid meeting, so we have in-person participants, but also online participation. There is interpretation available, we have just discussed before. Everyone, please connect through the own devices. The Zoom link has been shared, and please use the headphones. Please always mute yourself so that we don't have echo and problems with interference here in the room. For those in the room, as you have seen, we have the toilets and the grab and go next door. Sorry, I have actually a technical problem with my screen. So you have the toilets next door. Just a second. Just a second, colleagues. Sorry, there's a problem with the Zoom connection, it seems. I'm very sorry for that. Maybe if I log out from Zoom, should I do that? I have a problem with my screen now. It's black. Very sorry for the interruption, colleagues. Okay, colleagues, we continue. So as I have said, for those in the room, there's the toilets next door, but also the grab and go area, which you have seen before, where you can grab some coffee or drinks. We have this workshop arranged as a training workshop, as you know, and we have provided speaking time for every speaker, and we really would like to invite you to be mindful of the time, especially also because we are competing currently regarding meeting rooms, because this week there is also the Regional Forum for Sustainable Development here in the Palais des Nations organized. and there is limitations in meeting rooms. That's why we have to free the room also during lunch break for a side event. And I therefore invite everyone to really limit the time of speaking and follow the allocated time actually. But now back to the opening and the aim of the workshop. Overall, I just would like to say that we are very pleased to see here in the room and also online a community deeply committed to strengthening environmental governance and evidence-based policy making. You have seen the agenda. The aim of this workshop is very straightforward, but also ambitious. The training aims to build the skills and confidence needed for modern state of the environment reporting, but also to support countries in integrating forward-looking, transition-oriented and socio-economic dimensions into reports and assessments. Over the course of the day, we will explore the foundations of data and outlook reporting. We will discuss the use of indicators, the crafting of key messages, and we will also introduce foresight methods that allow us not only to describe the present, but also prepare a bit better for the future. This is state of the environment reporting, and strong environmental information and reporting systems are especially important in these times where actually mis and disinformation is growing. And that's actually why we have this meeting also today, to really underline the importance of state of the environment and outlook reports, which are strategic tools that help governments plan the transitions, address emerging risks, but also communicate clearly with the citizens. And as I have said before, we are very happy to have many experts here with us. Especially we are pleased, as I have mentioned, to have with us the European Environment Agency, the Austrian Environment Agency, but also colleagues from OECD, as well as many experts from our member states, which I think will be supporting the success of this event, as all of you will share experience, good practices, but also discuss challenges. And with this, I would like to give the floor to Florian, who will also address you in a few minutes. And I wish everyone a fruitful and successful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christine. To do this. We have an echo. Do you understand this?
It's interesting.
Is it working now? Better? Do you hear me, dear audience?
Yes.
Yes. So I keep it that way.
Yes.
Fine, thank you. Thank you, Christine. Dear colleagues, also from my side, warmly welcome. My name is Florian Waffort from the Austrian Environment Agency. We're co-hosting this regional meeting today with you in the frame of the EU4 Green Recovery East program. My agency is, of course, engaged as many of your departments and agencies and ministries in state of environment reporting. We do it since a long time, and I'm also working in this field. In addition, I'm also national focal point to the European Environment Agency for Austria. So we do cooperate in reporting issues also with the agency in Copenhagen. My task is here to give you just a few insights into what you want to do today, especially when it comes to reporting. And I want to give you an overview on the national, international context of state of environment reporting. Well, you're not new to the field, so you know the purpose of state of environment reporting. It's just to recall all of us again and keep that in mind, because it's setting the mindset is a tricky thing. We always have to relate to it, because we do this not for its own purpose. The purpose is, of course, to inform policy. So the reporting in general is a systemic way. It's a systemic way, and the more often it's done, probably the more time time series we have and the more robust information we have, but it's a systemic way for governments to assess the environment and also future trends. And this we do in order to guide policy. So this is evidence-based. As Christine said, the more of this, the better it is. In the international context, we have a lot of these reports driven by the environmental crisis and multilateral environmental agreements. You can see it from the United Nations, but also for other international bodies. They do major global assessments, for example, the UNEP Global Environmental Outlook. They want to do an alignment with Sustainable Development Goals and, of course, promotes standardized indicators to have data comparison and tracking progress. The national context, in addition, also, of course, this offers the legislative requirements that you have to have reporting to inform the general public, but also the national policymakers. And it provides our authorities in the countries with the fundamental information on the environment. So it's to inform the national policy, but also for planning reasons, budgeting reasons, accountability in the countries. So again, it supports the evidence-based decision-making. When it comes for today, what we can expect today is in the sessions to follow, the one on foundations of reporting, where Tobias will introduce us the setting the European Environment Agency has on reporting, but also the role of indicators. Will dig deeper in this session into what the indicators can tell us and can tell policymakers. In the session 4, we are working on key messaging that is coming from the indicators as translated from data to policy. And finally, we'll have a kind of an outlook. We will see a little bit some insights into the world of so-called foresight, which I'm really looking forward to. I just gave you here in this picture 4 actually to our sessions related reports or platforms, information systems, and the leading organizations, for example, as an example here only. For example, when we come to the global area, it's of course OECD Environment at a Glance platform. So we'll hear from Sarah here on that, but also Lupita is talking about the policy context here. They focus very much, for example, on global trends, solution pathways, and the triple planetary crisis. Europe's environment, for example, that will be presented by Tobias, is a progress towards the Green Deal, climate neutrality in Europe. It's on a transition to sustainability, so setting the European scenes. I will do an addition here from the countryside because we have contributed also to that report from our side. And then we have a lot of national reports, of course, ranging from Albania to Ukraine, with a lot of colleagues that will set the scene also for showing the regional data and, for example, air quality and specific regional pressures. So we'll have Kanya from Uzbekistan, Sabah from Austria, Nikola from Serbia, Arta and from Albania, Guyana, Nelly from Armenia, Sylvia and Elena from Moldova, and Hannah and Oksana from Ukraine. We then will have on the outlook part, that's the finish of the day, Dexter from the OECD. He's also into governmental foresight. We have Severin from Switzerland, Tatiana from UNIDO, and finally Uli on a specialized consulting firm or start working with foresight. So I'm looking forward for this very rich program, and I hope to see you then at the end, that you will find some things that is useful for you. Thank you very much, and hand over to you, Christine.
Thank you very much, Florian. Also to give a little bit more insight on the way the agenda is structured, but also to introduce our speakers, actually the key persons in this event, actually. And I think we will start immediately with diving a bit deeper into the substance. And we will start with our first session, which gives actually a bit of an deeper insight into the foundations of state of the environment reporting. And I would like to invite Tobias Lung from the European Environment Agency to provide us a little bit with an overview on the importance of state of the environment reporting, what are the core components, but also present a little bit the experience from the European Environment Agency in preparing the Europe's environment report. Tobias, the floor is yours, and welcome again to the meeting.
Thank you very much. I hope you can see my slides and hopefully even in presentation mode. Is that the case?
Yes.
Super.
Very good. Yeah, I'm happy to be with you this morning. I'd like to take you through a little journey. First, to look into why do we need these so-called integrated assessments? Why should state of environment reports be an integrated assessment? Then we look a bit into the European report, behind the curtain, why we do this, how it has evolved over the years, and so on. And then at the end, I'll quickly show you a few key insights from the latest report, the 2025 edition, which is also the title slide here. So that's the program for the next 20 minutes. First part, why do we need integrated assessments? In other words, can we not just present a bunch of data sets? Does the statistics not speak for itself? It does not. And why is that so? Firstly, we speak into a context, and we need to understand the context and the impact, and we need to shape our narrative. The way we present our scientific evidence needs to be tailored into the contents, into the context. We know we live in a time of multiple interconnected crises, socially, economically, environmentally, and that is also reflected in shifting political priorities at the European level, for example. I'll just show some pictures here. I'll not speak a lot to that. We know that the focus is a lot on competitiveness, on defense, security, and autonomy, and we need to relate our key facts from state of environment to that context in order to be relevant for political actors and decision makers. And then the substance itself that we report on. Sustainability challenges are complex and they are systemic in nature. We know that key systems of production and consumption, the energy system, the mobility system, the food system, they are complex, they are co-evolving, they are not linear, influenced by a lot of factors, social developments, technological developments, economic developments. There are multiple actors in the game, the consumers, authorities, producers with different agendas, often pointing in very different directions. There are different societal goals associated with environment and climate aspects. There are aspects around security, about affordability, but then also environmental protection, and not always these align well. Sometimes wishes for environmental protection are very at odds with other goals. And also interconnected components when it comes to governance. This happens at multiple scales. Local authorities have a key role to implement policies, but then also national actors and regional actors, and even globally, global processes play a crucial role. So all to say that just presenting a bunch of statistics wouldn't do justice to the context and not the complexity either. And therefore we need integrated assessments. So what is it? It's not a research project, it's not a paper or an advocacy piece. An assessment, and that's is even not having the notion of integration here. And just an assessment is defined by UNEP as an objective evaluation to support decision making. It involves some expert judgment as well, but always with a great level of transparency regarding the underlying assumptions. So then an integrated assessment is an assessment that combines all of this complexity into one story. So you see here social dimension, the social dimension, economic sectors, the environment, different geographical scales, and different themes. They are combined into one story that we can tell about the state of the environment and what it means for us as society and what it means for our economy and how we can act upon it. There is a list of characteristics of integrated assessments, so it needs to touch upon different themes, stretch across different geographical scales, cover different time periods, include stakeholder perspectives, often a plurality of perspectives, be multidisciplinary in their analytical approach, and also be for the benefit of decision making and being transparent in terms of the underlying assumptions and uncertainties inherent to some of the data we present. There are different tools to do this. We describe them often as mental models. For example, how is knowledge produced? At the A, we use the MDIAK approach, so monitoring data, indicators, assessments, and knowledge that flow. How is information then structured? We use DPSIR, so information on the drivers, on the pressures, on the state of the environment, but also on the impact and ever more important, how to respond and solve these pressures. How to analyze complexity relates to systems, approaches to systems analysis, but also the so-called steep V framework that is often used in foresight and forward-looking aspects. And when it comes to solutions, we look into concepts like sustainability transitions, enablers of change, and so on. We cannot go into the details of this. I just wanted to frame the discussion because there's no time to, each of these would probably warrant a session in and of itself. So with this context, I'd like to briefly take you behind the curtain of how we did Europe's Environment 2025. It is the 7th edition. So we have produced this kind of report 6 times previously, and in 25, the 7th time. It's produced every 5 years. Technically, we even had 6 years from 20, or almost 6 years, from 2020 to 2025. And over the years, the focus, the content, the scope, and the narrative has evolved. You see 2 arrows at the bottom of the slide. We have gone from a very problem-focused approach towards a more solutions-oriented approach, and from reporting really only on environmental status. So how are we doing with water quality? How are we doing with chemical pollution? How are we doing with air quality, and so on and so forth, to a stronger sustainability perspective that is more all-encompassing and also looking into societal implications, economic implications of environmental issues. Just looking at the reports preceding 2025, in 2010 we made the argument that these challenges are systemic. It's related to the systems of production and consumption. In 2025, we made first attempts to explain these systems, which were then deepened in 2020, really to come with a bunch of knowledge to the table to help supporting the change in these systems, the so-called transitions. And in 2025, we have taken this further and really show the economic and social importance, the fundamental value of nature to underpin our social well-being and economic progress in the future. This has led to 3 interconnected or complementary products. 2 of them are EA-led, and 1 that has been created together with the IONET, our environmental network that Florian also mentioned. So we have a main report that tells this comprehensive story. That's the integrated assessment that I referred to and tried to explain to you a little bit. Then we have more thematic outputs, short, concise briefings about key trends in certain topics. So you will find things like soil resources, chemical pollution, climate action financing, trends in the mobility system, and so on and so forth. But not in the comprehensive story, more for speaking for itself with past trends and outlook and also prospects. How likely are we to reach key European targets? And then we have the so-called country profiles. They were developed with IONET and paint a brief picture of key environmental trends in the countries, socio-economic trends, and also how systems in the countries are changing: energy, mobility, and food. They were based on EA indicators, and the assessments for this was done by the country. So, for example, Austria did their assessment for Austria, and Florian will present that later, I guess. And the whole setup was supported by an AI assistant that is limited to the scope of these products. So if you ask a question, the system will only harvest from the content of these 3 products, will not go beyond. So the integrated assessment, the main report, combines themes. It combines an analysis of natural resource management, which we put a focus on: land, water, materials, and also systems progress in key systems such as energy, mobility, food, but also industry and the built environment. And it analyzes key enablers of change like finance, innovation, and so on and so forth in one report. We have 35 of these briefings online that I explained to you a little bit already, structured according to different thematic clusters. And then we have the country profiles. This is a little overview for each of the 38 countries. This is available. 2 of the parts are supported by indicators. So for each country, you will have key trends and assessments on the environment, supported by 10 indicators, then key socio-economic trends, again, 10 indicators, and then 3 systems of production and consumption: the food system, the mobility system, and the energy system. So I'd like to close off with a few key insights from the main report, basically. The framing of the report departs from this overall picture here. You see 3 circles. In the middle, that's our human needs. That's what we strive for as society. We need fairness, we need security. We are concerned about our health. We want prosperity. We are concerned about our livelihoods, and so on and so forth. And that is surrounded by our economy, our production and consumption systems: mobility, energy, food, the built environment, all of this. And both of those are surrounded by a 3rd circle, and that's our environmental assets: water, energy, climate regulation, land, soil, biodiversity, and so on and so forth. And the report illustrates how the 2 circles in the middle, our social needs and our economic needs, are deeply dependent on well-functioning environmental assets. And if we destroy these, we destroy our own societal and economic basis. That's what the report argues for. I'll take you through some key results just to illustrate a little bit. So the report is, on the one hand, a call for urgent action. It illustrates how urgent improvements we need in certain areas, but it also conveys a message of hope. So for biodiversity and ecosystems, we see that more than 60% of the species in Europe and 80% more than 80% of the habitats in Europe are in a poor or bad conservation status. And that's worrying because roughly 3 out of 4 euro area companies in the real economy are highly dependent on at least one ecosystem services. So we are destroying what we are dependent on economically. And 3 out of 4 bank loans, euro area bank loans, go to companies that are dependent on natural resources. And that shows also how the financial system is exposed to environmental risks. For climate change, there is slightly better news when it comes to climate mitigation. We have reduced domestic emissions by 37% since 1990 here in Europe overall. And projections from the member states, if we put them together, they indicate that we are not far off from reaching our 2030 target of net minus 55%. But we know that globally the picture is different and emissions are still increasing, and accelerating climate change threatens our security. We see that extreme events are increasing in frequency and also in causing social implications. In the period of the last 25 years, roughly more than 240,000 people died because of extreme events in Europe. And just alone last year, the heat wave caused 2,300 deaths roughly. And almost 1 out of 5 Europeans experience summer energy poverty, meaning they are not able to keep their home cool enough to cope with the extreme temperatures. Also economically, we see tremendous losses, over 700 billion over the last 25 years and increasing. So just from 21 to 23, 162 billion got lost due to extreme events. Some examples, for example, the flooding in Slovenia that cost the country 16% of its GDP. Also, the insurance gap is increasing. Most of the countries report gaps of more than 50%. So assets they have lost due to extreme events, over 50% of these assets were not insured when they lost them. And that means the costs fall back on ordinary people and also businesses, companies. On health, we make progress in reducing air pollution. You see here a graph on premature death due to particulate matter, which is one of the worst pollutants in terms of human impacts. That decreased by almost 40% since 2005. But the inequalities remain. So poorest regions in Europe are still disproportionately more affected by air pollution than richer regions. And 10% of all premature deaths in Europe are still caused by air pollution. So further reductions are needed. And chemicals are of crucial importance. We see widespread progress or widespread exposure of humans to concerning chemicals such as mercury, PFAS, PCB, and legislation is constantly behind because the volume and number of chemicals is growing faster than legislation. With circular economy, do we make our economy more circular? Do we reuse more of our materials? Not a lot. The circular material use rate, which is one of the central metrics to measure this, only increased by 1.1% over 15 years, which is not a lot at all. So our economy is not really getting more circular, and we are using way too much. Our consumption levels are simply unsustainable. 14 tons of resources do we, on average, consume each person in Europe annually. If we continue that, that would have detrimental consequences for global material resource extraction in the coming decades, according to a prognosis by the International Resource Panel. But there is hope, there's action on the ground and seeds of transformative change. And with that, I'd like to close off my 20 minutes. We still have a strong set of policies, EU legislation in place that is under attack, no doubt, but there is a need to stick with it and implement it on the ground. Policies like the climate law, the circular economy action plan, zero pollution ambition, the nature restoration regulation. You will not find that in any other part of the world. And that's reason for hope. We only need to implement it and stick to it. We also see sustainable business models emerging around the value chain. It's no time to go in any details, and this needs support to overcome pricing issues, for example. Secondary raw materials are not competitive enough in the market at the moment. We need to strengthen the single market. We need to create a coherent waste framework to support companies dealing with waste and to increase our recycling rates, and also make products more eco-friendly from the design phase from the very outset through eco-design, for example. Innovation provides a great opportunity for Europe. This is a study by the International Energy Agency that looked into the maturity of technology if we want to achieve 1.5 degrees. I know we are at the verge of that is becoming unrealistic, but that's a study that looked into this, and in principle, the main message from it is still valid, which is that a third of all the technology we need for drastic emission reductions has not even been fully developed. It's in a prototype stage, at best in the demonstration stage. And another more than 40% is just picking up in the market and has not really penetrated the market, which illustrates huge opportunities in terms of Europe being a leader in industrial transformation. There are many areas: green hydrogen, battery technologies, carbon capture, and so on and so forth, to be a leader and also translate that into economic prosperity and jobs. And actually, that's the last slide. We see green jobs picking up in Europe. There is a strong increase in green jobs in the last number of years, mainly driven by the energy system at the moment. Jobs at renewables doubled from 2021 to 22 and 23, actually. So there is hope, but we need to act urgently. That's the key message, and we need to consider that really our environment and climate are the foundation for our prosperity and for our economy. That's what we try to emphasize with this European report. Thanks a lot for the quick overview, and back to you.
Thank you, Tobias, for the excellent presentation. Divided, I would say, in two parts. First, that you provided an insight on the importance of integrated assessments, the value added of them, but also to the summary you provided on the key findings from the latest Europe's Environment Report. Some of the aspects you mentioned are alarming, I have to say, but I think that's why we're here today, to support in moving this agenda forward. I think it's very important. You have also mentioned the three parts of the report you have prepared, and with the next speaker, actually, we move on to this experience from sharing the country to prepare this country profile. I think we will do it like this, that after Florian's presentation, we will maybe give time for question and answers that concern Tobias and Florian, if that's okay. Tobias, you are still a bit with us, I understand, right? So yes, if that's fine, we would do it like this, that maybe Florian now gives an insight into the Austrian experience in preparing the country profile. And then we will do a quick question and answer session, if that's okay for everyone. With this, I would give directly the floor to Florian, and yes, please.
Very well, thank you. Yes, I want to bring you a little bit back from the seeds of hope, back to the to the information that is coming from the countries, also to the EEA to prepare such a report. In that case, it's the Austrian country profile. I want to just give you some insights on the findings for our the work and assessment we did in co-creation with the EEA. And I want to talk about also of the making of the country profiles. Historically, there have been different levels of engagement of the countries in the big flagship report of the EEA. So some years we had a lot of work to do, and then the countries were not able to do the resources the next time. But this time they decided, again, the countries wanted to be more present and visible in the report. And this was done very, very, very good by the EEA. And Tobias, thanks to you as a project leader, this was a good offer to bring the data and the assessments of the countries into visibility again. And you see here on the left side, a diagram. Those are the full set of indicators used for the country profiles of Austria. We are happy that we had a full set of it prepared by the EA. And you see some red and yellowish and some green, and you can imagine what those stands for. So we have some up and downs here. And the issue is to bring that into the context for policymakers, in that case also for Austrian policymakers. To do that, we participated voluntarily on a pilot phase. So before the EA was starting officially producing the EA report, they had a pilot phase with some volunteering countries. Austria was in that, because we always want to know what is expected from us and also for our planning. We're an agency, we need kind of planning, we need to allocate resources. So this was very crucial for us to be right from the beginning in the pilot phase, and it turned out to be very valuable. The to-dos, resources needed for it. As I said, as an INET country, we are embedded in the 5-year cycle of the big flagship report of the EA. In this time, we participated in the pilot phase, at least some 3-hour meetings we had with the EA. That was really good to introduce the concept. And then we had to organize the production phase. So that means participation in online meetings, but also participation in physical IONET meetings. There's a dedicated working group at DEA IONET that's on state of environment reporting that was actually working on coordinating in the countries, also in Austria, this work. So more than 6 meetings. What else did we have to organize internally? We had to do the planning and the budgeting for it. We had to study the guidelines from the EA, 15 pages, not a lot, but it has something to say. We had to review the data. As I said, Austria had a full set of data, 10 from the environmental side, 10 from the socio-economic side. We had to stay all over the way through updated, because there have been changes also in the selected indicators. So nothing is fixed. It's always more or less volatile sometimes. We had to distribute and interpret the guidelines internally and set the timelines for our experts. We had to select the expert teams to be involved. In our case, we had 9 special departments in our agency working on it. We had more than 18 experts in total engaged in the reporting. And we had some lead reporters for the so-called nexus or the systemic parts assigned. We had to draft all the chapters. Overall, it's not a lot of pages, but it's 17 intensive pages to produce in this case. And the thing is, of course, we have to run through the internal hierarchy. So our senior management had to approve the drafts. We have 3 senior management departments engaged in that. We had to coordinate also internally with our state of mind report, because in 2025 we also launched our own national report. So, and there's of course no way that we have different messages sent out by the country profile and our own report. So we had to coordinate that in addition, and we had to initiate and coordinate, of course, feedback with the external decision makers in Austria from outside our agency. That is, in that case, 5 ministry departments, and then of course we had to coordinate with the press team for the launch. Now, just very briefly, some selected examples on the environmental status in Austria that was found by the indicators. We have some positive trends. Foremost, the organic farming. I think Austria here is even leading in Europe, because we have already reached European targets, but we do more. I guess it's because it's an economic sector, a growing one. We have succeeded a little bit more also, or progressed in health impacts on air. As Tobias was telling that also on the European scale, this is still an issue. For Austria, we are on a good track, I hope. And also when it comes to the share of renewables, so Austria is very much blessed with natural assets on that. So this is why we're also ever since in the speeding up of the renewables, taking more of the share of the energy system. But we, on the other hand, we have some challenging trends still, as Tobias mentioned. Also Austria, our lifestyle is very much based on resources. And you can see that in the greenhouse gas emissions still rising, final waste generation still uprising, and the final energy consumption is not down. The second part that was new to this report in general, it was the socio-economic part. Here the key message for Austria would be the environmental goods and service sector, as Tobias was telling us about the green jobs in Europe, also in Austria. The goods and service sectors plays a really key role in Austria. We have more than double as the average in the European Union in green jobs. So for example, my job is a green job. So this is kind of employment in the goods and service sectors is increasing. It's a good trend. Some seed of hope to see. When it comes to the third part of our country profile, it's on the systems. We had to describe the mobility system, the energy system, and the food system. I picked the food system. Here, a specific trend for Austria, and that's interesting, is on extensive livestock, so cattle on the alpine areas. This is an asset in Austria because they also provide a lot of ecosystem services. They require low amounts of input and yeah. It requires just low amounts of arable land per unit of product. The product would be the veal or the milk in that case. So grassland, for us, grassland-based feeding management would be one of the promising factors in Austria for the food system transition. It was one of the key findings of this part. And finally, in general, the benefits we see in taking part in this exercise with the EA and the country profile creation, it is always interesting to stay up to date with the new developments in reporting. And this was actually here on a specific case with socio-economic. We very much were pleased by the work simplification this time. So thanks to the pre-work EA did in setting up all the data for Austria and collecting them together from our deliveries, it was really brilliant. Thanks to EA again. We are challenging our experts with the interpretation again. And we could showcase the Austrian situation. This also enables comparison across the countries with the indicators. And the common launch with the EA in Austria, their report in our country profile, stimulated attention. We had a high-level event in Vienna. And in general, it gives a visibility to Austrian data deliverers to the EA. This is crucial for us as a country because we have to rectify the budget and the resources needed for it. We can do benchmarking across countries, as I said. This is also good, giving incentives to the countries to do better. We can convey messages. We see front-running situations, we see backfalls and deterioration trends. And we have a spin-off Austria because our agency was then engaged by EA to support the Western Balkans in this new field in socio-economic part, which Sabah will later on this day talk about this. So this is just a wrap-up of our participation in the country profile, and I really recommend to all the countries to take part in that again next time. We have some colleagues here from Finland and from Serbia. They have done the same, so we'll see what they say about it. And at least finally, we have some seeds of hope. As I said, for Austria, it's the green job and the organic farming, for example, just a big sum. And hope we'll see by indicators more of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Florian, for sharing the experience of Austria in contributing to this third part of the Europe's Environment Report, sharing the experience of Austria, but also giving a bit of insights where there are persisting challenges. I think there's still a lot of work for all of us, actually. As a next example, we will hear from Khania Azilbekova from Uzbekistan. But before Khania is moving here closer to us, I would like to open the floor for any questions to Florian or Tobias related to integrated assessments, the Europe's environment report, but also the country profile and the work Austria has been doing to contribute and make information available at national level. Are there any questions to our colleagues? Yeah, Gayan, please, from Armenia, please. As you wish. We can maybe try from where you sit, and then if it doesn't work, you can come closer.
Thank you, presenters, for the presentation. My question related, maybe for both. How does the Austrian Environment Agency or the European Environment Agency ensure that key messages are effectively understood and used by decision makers?
Tobias, did you hear it? I think Florian, you heard, but Tobias, could you hear the question?
No.
Okay, so the question was how you're effectively making sure that the key messages that are produced through different reports, including the Europe's Environment Report, are taken up by decision makers, if I understood correctly.
Shall I have a first quick go, Florian?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, we cannot force decision makers to take up the messages. We are information providers. We are not policy makers, but we have, of course, a tailored dissemination and outreach program where we try to engage in really conversations that are useful for audiences. So we had a whole launch week in Brussels with key players of the European context. So we managed actually to get a slot in the European Council, to have a launch event in the European Council. We had a stakeholder event where we invited businesses, civil society, but also more technical people from the Commission into conversations about what do these results, what do they mean for the work, how can we act upon them, and so on and so forth. So, and that's also continuing through a whole outreach and dissemination campaign with events in the countries, with events like this workshop, many other workshops. We have a social media campaign for the broader general public. So there are all sorts of communication efforts that, in essence, attempt to tailor our findings in the best possible way to the needs of our audiences. But then whether they that they understand the severity of the messages as well, but then whether they act upon them or not, that's beyond our remit. So we can make sure that it's understood in the best possible way, and that's what our communication approach is trying to do. There's a whole team that has been working on this for the last number of months.
Yeah. Thank you, Tobias. Florian, would you like to add anything from the national?
I want to echo what Tobias said, but add maybe also, and that's part of the later on also in our workshop, as I was trying to give you the insights, what we as an agency from the expert sides can do to sharpen the messages. Yeah, this is just a technical approach, because as Tobias said, we have not the roles to be the decision makers. What we can do is to prepare for the decision making. So this is the part we can do up to that point. And therefore, of course, we engage also in our agency, our press agents. So they are actually trained in that. So they help shapen the messages. As Tobias said, we also have national events, either together or also standalone with the ministry. And our ministry invites other ministries and other Austrian stakeholders to hear the messages. Yeah. And also we do internally, we have a strong connection with a department in the Austrian Federal Ministry of Environment. They are for international relations, and they spread out this message information within the ministry. So these are our channels we can play on, but of course, first you have to sharpen and tailor the messages for the audience you want to reach. And that's a part of actually this workshop, you will see.
Thank you, Florian and Tobias, for answering this question. There is another question from Silvia from the Republic of Moldova. Please, Silvia.
I speak in Russian.
I think it's okay. Yeah, she will speak in Russian.
Okay.
Maybe, Silvia, could you come here actually? Then it's easier to hear you actually. Sorry for that. But... Yeah. Okay.
Многие показатели, которые разрабатываются, тем более показатели новые, исходят из правовой базы. Как вы сопоставляете данные по разным странам? В том случае, когда правовая база отличается от страны к другой стране. Вот сейчас мы в Молдове транспонировали много директив, регламентов. Но в других странах те показатели имеют на базу другую правовую базу. Как вы эти отличия в правовой нормативной базе применяете к составлению и изготовлению отчетов?
No? Or can anyone maybe translate just for also for Tobias if he doesn't? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we will address this question a little bit later. There is a problem with the interpretation. Yeah, it didn't work. Okay, so it didn't work. So we will sort out this later on. Maybe we can check with our technical team on the other side whether they could check that interpretation is working. Apparently there was a problem. Kannst du vergessen die interpretation checken?
Russian to English it worked. I'm not sure.
Russian to English it worked. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Also wir müssen da ja.
It's the mass discipline.
Yep.
Okay. Silvia, would you like to repeat again your question?
Yeah. В разных странах имеется разная правовая база. Вы разрабатываете общую отчетность. Как вы сопоставляете эти показатели, когда они имеют на корню другую правовую базу? Когда компилируете данные по разным странам?
Tobias, Florian, did you understand? So the question, as I understand, is about if we, because our region is very big and we have different legal bases, so not every country produces the same information and indicators. And how can we actually provide the data if the legal basis is different? Is that what is that?
Качество воды. В разных странах имеется правовая база, когда соответствует одной группе качества воды, и эти пороги разные. Когда вы компилируете все данные, общую отчетность, как вы сопоставляете все разные данные из разных стран?
Florian, Florian has the answer.
No, I've not the answer, but I can answer.
One.
I can relate to it. DA provides also the opportunity to have a the national targets shown, right? It's not only European targets, it's the national targets. But the question is, if the indicator you use is comparable to others, that's the crucial thing. If they're not, you cannot compare. So for example, water is a good issue because you missed the water indicator here. Why? Why is that so? Because EA and maybe Tobias can argue for it. They had not the full set of information on the water base for that. Yeah, it was different greenhouse gases, for example. They had all the information on the same normative level, right? So they could compare, but that's an issue. One thing is to do gap filling. Yeah, maybe in Sabah in the later session we'll show you, because for the socio-economic indicators, for Austria had all of the 10, but for some other countries only 3 or 4 were available. So they had to do gap filling. That's another thing, but you have to really state it and be careful about it. So normally this is an issue and you should not do, because you cannot compare. So better not to have the information on that, but to state it. Or you do the gap filling and state what you do. So again, national targets could be shown, but only with your national indicators, and you could not be compared. In the European scale, and that's the important thing, you can compare. That's why it's so strong, and it's very important, and you should go up to that.
Thanks. Shall I briefly complement what Florian said?
Yes.
What Florian described was the approach for Europe's Environment 2025 for the country profiles. We'll need to see how we take that into the next round for the next edition of Europe's Environment, but probably it will be similar. I think one important point is that even if an indicator is not available in a comparable way for a country, there's always the possibility to still write a qualitative assessment based on your national data. So if you don't have, for example, comparable greenhouse gas emission data available for your country, you can still describe the situation, the trend. Is it going up? Is it going down based on your own data? You can just not display a quantitative graph in a chart. But generally, a general comment with the accession of or the inclusion of the Republic of Moldova to become a cooperating country of the EA, I would assume that over the next number of years, the data situation will also step by step improve.
Yeah.
Some of the data is reported to the EA, others is reported to Eurostat. So your statistical division will probably be in contact also with Eurostat on a whole range of data flows there. And as soon as Moldova it gets included in more and more data that is hosted by Eurostat, the easier it is also for us, because some of the data actually we have in the country report is formally hosted by Eurostat. Stuff like circular material use rate is something that we don't host technically on our own server, but that is dealt with by Eurostat. So I think key messages here. You can always describe things in a qualitative way, and I think that also the quantitative situation with data will improve over time as more and more data will become available probably for Moldova in the next coming years.
And I mean, just to add here, actually, of course, the different organizations over the last, I have to say, already decades, actually, including with the European Environment Agency, OECD, UNECE, UNEP. I mean, there was this ambitious aim of producing actually a comparable set of indicators across the pan-European region, actually. And I mean, a lot of efforts have been going into the establishment of the shared environmental information system. There were different projects, the UNECE 2 project implemented by the European Environment Agency, various projects implemented by OECD, UNECE, and others to actually support these efforts to establish a common set of priority indicators across the region to make actually information comparable. Of course, as Silvia mentioned, there are also national targets, national indicators. but there was always the goal, and it's still there actually, to have sort of a common set of indicators across our region that we really can make information available for the whole region, which is comparable. And that brings me actually to our next speaker, if you allow me, which is actually a bit outside of the European Union context. We have with us here Khania Azilbekova from Uzbekistan. Khania is a strong promoter of indicators, actually, the UNECE indicators, but also more broader, actually, the pan-European set of indicators, as we have called them for many years. And Khania will present the experience of Uzbekistan in National State of the Environment reporting. Uzbekistan has gone through this process very recently. And Khania will tell us a little bit about the experience of Uzbekistan. And with this, Khania, I give the floor to you. And yes, please. Presentation. Caroline Belta. Just a second. Yeah.
Добрый день, дорогие коллеги. Значит, мы в 2024 году, после 10 лет, разработали национальный доклад о состоянии окружающей среды. И я сегодня хотела бы кратко поделиться нашим опытом подготовки и дальнейшие планы. Значит так, подготовка доклада осуществлялась непосредственно при финансовой поддержке Европейской комиссии. Я хотела бы отметить вклад других наших партнеров. Это южноморские эксперты, это Канадский институт устойчивого развития и, конечно, и здесь, я повторю, после 10-летнего перерыва нам предложена методология новая для Республики Узбекистан. Методология Значит, ну, эта методология, как известно, движущие силы, давление, состояние, реакция в национальном окружающей среде. Не просто описала проблему, а структурировала все, значит, всю цепочку, все, значит, мы выявляли и проблемы, выявляли, нам удалось причины и последствия проблем. Раньше часто мы фиксировали только факты, например, загрязнения воздуха, а в данном случае движущие силы, развитие транспорта и, значит, промышленности и строительства, как известно, в последнее время в Узбекистане, особенно в Столице, был один из самых загрязненных и, исходя из этого, а также из рекомендаций, которые у нас нашего доклада, мы особо вопросам охраны атмосферного воздуха, в первую очередь, по уменьшению загрязнения. У нас уже было запрещено использовать мазут и другие такие сильно загрязненные. Особое внимание, сейчас у нас была, значит, программа «Чистый воздух», транспорта, а теперь это уже стала такая комплексная программа для расширения зеленых зон и, значит, особые требования строительства и другие различные экологического контроля и усиление, ну, штрафов, то есть повышение. Также наш доклад, он помог нам увидеть проблемы, расставить приоритеты. Например, мы говорим, но водный дефицит связан не только с тем, что ну, мало воды, но он в первую очередь хозяйством, то есть недостаток технологий, капельного орошения. И вот сейчас в настоящее время объема. Также в нашем докладе, используя данную методологию, мы сделали критически рассмотрели, какие меры были уже приняты и насколько, конечно, упростило коммуникацию, то есть доклад стал понятнее, прозрачным, которые были интересны для принимающих решений, ну и, конечно, для широкой общественности. Значит, и второе, я хотела бы тоже коротко обратить ваше внимание. У нас как бы было два доклада. Это была один доклад, в котором были представлены индикаторы. Правда, мы актуальные индикаторы, и которые, значит, как бы согласуются с индикаторами ЕПО. И, значит, мы разработали такой иллюстрированный обзор, то есть он такой видео, и создали специально отдельный сайт, то есть он по разделам, и найти необходимую информацию. Это, значит, что нам дало этой аудитории. Она была такой иллюстрированный обзор, он был понятен не только специалистам, но и населению, ну и, конечно, он не подготовки. И здесь, значит, визуально можно было просто ознакомиться информацию, то есть не листать, а сразу это можно было, конечно же, наглядность. Это было наглядно причины, было показано. Ну, какие извлеченные уроки? Значит, чем мы пользуемся? Конечно, у нас сейчас в настоящее время мы переходим уже к регулярной отчетности, потому что Узбекистан в прошлом году только ратифицировал конвенцию, ну и по требованию мы должны готовить регулярно такие доклады. У нас появляются цифровые платформы, которые полезны для докладов. Есть общество, рейтинги экологической Узбекистана, и вот по итогам 2026 года это тоже очень такая удобная платформа, где каждая, ну, разрезе городов, правда, это еще не разработано, работа в этом ну и кроме того, у нас сейчас очень такая вот хорошая новая инициатива, зеленое пространство, это по посадке деревьев, по озеленению. И у нас такая амбициозная задача, и это такая стала масштабная операция, и здесь у нас вот тоже ну, значит, где мы в каком регионе какие можно посадить деревья, какие будут украшения для республики. Ну и, конечно же, у нас есть и другие цифровые платформы, которые могут быть использованы для следующих наших докладов. Извлеченные уроки. Какие извлеченные уроки? Это, конечно, это важность выбора технологий, координация всех заинтересованных сторон. Потому что я думаю, что это государство, информация разрознена по министерству ведомствам, но нужно именно координировать и находить информацию, не только нашу национальную информацию, аналитические доклады, которые были подготовлены другими международными организациями по Узбекистану. Ну, конечно же, у нас необходимость качественных данных и активности. Одна из важных тем, которую приходится решать при разработке национальных докладов. Ну и, конечно, очень важно, управление мы сейчас даже из опыта нашего национального доклада, очень важно для разработки национальных докладов. Значит, ну и, конечно, мы сейчас уже перешли к национальной отчетности. Мы сейчас получается, что мы ежегодно будем национальный доклад готовить, но, значит, у нас сейчас согласно решению предусмотрено каждые 5 лет национальных докладов. В этом году мы закончили разработку 4-го обзора. Это тоже своеобразный отчет. То есть здесь мы использовали данные доклады. Здесь он как бы представляет оценку эффективности кладов. Это объективный анализ, потому что его готовили международные партнеры. И, конечно, мы выявляли проблемы, разрабатывали рекомендации. И реализация рекомендаций обзора была где-то в порядке 50-60%, потому что реализация второго обзора была где-то 17-20%. Значит, здесь я хотела бы сказать, что наш обзор, он небольшой, он состоит в основном из 4 основных платов. Загрязнение окружающей среды, зеленая экономика и ориентированные решения. И сейчас, в настоящее время, она уже готова к публикации. 4-го мы планируем презентацию, запуск, значит, в Самарканде в июне в рамках Генеральной Ассамблеи, очередной Генеральной Ассамблеи ГЭФ. И здесь также у нас будет такой тоже новая инновация. Мы впервые Республику предложила разработку уже центральноазиатского регионального проекта. Новая практика, 5 государств, и сейчас у нас уже согласились. Сейчас у нас в Астане проходит региональный саммит. Запад центральноазиатского ОРЭЦ. И здесь он тоже созвучен с национальными докладами. Сейчас мы обсуждаем те темы, которые мы будем устранять, потому что для приоритета, но мы сейчас хотим прийти к консенсусу. Вчера вот как раз буквально проходил семинар. Ну, что касается, значит, национального доклада, как я сказала, уже следуется национальный доклад, и вот следующий шаг у нас национальный доклад, но это будет...
Thank you very much, Hania, for giving this overview on the recently developed National State of the Environment report of Uzbekistan, but also giving a little bit of a future outlook on how this information from the national report is also used for other assessments and reports, including, as you have mentioned, the environmental performance review, where actually the national information provided in the report is of very important relevance. Are there any questions to Hania related to the work done in Uzbekistan? I see a hand from Victoria in online. Victoria, could you? Can you? Yes.
Да, добрый день. Да, добрый день. Я бы хотела задать вопрос. Рада всех видеть. Я, к сожалению, не могла приехать и участвовала онлайн. Очень приятно, хороший доклад, спасибо. Я бы хотела вопрос задать такой. Мне заинтересовало, как вы проводили рейтинг городов по экологической устойчивости и на чем основан этот расчет этого рейтинга. То есть на выбросах веществ или еще какие-то подходы. Пожалуйста, вот про это можно поподробнее. Спасибо.
Спасибо за вопрос. Насколько я знаю, что Кыргызстан тоже готовит такой же доклад. У нас недавно создан Национальный центр по изменению климата, и эксперты работали с технологией. И в этой методологии учитываются очень много критериев. Конечно же, учитывается, значит, управление отходами, обеспеченность водой, и также степень озеленения. Здесь много критериев, непосредственно экологических критериев, и здесь учитываются результаты экологического мониторинга. Теперь методология, я вот в своей презентации представила ссылку на сайт, ознакомиться с презентацией здесь. Я здесь не дала, но если что, я поделюсь ссылкой, подробно все это расписано и экологически. А вот есть сайт, вот, greenpeace.ru, там все это подробно расписано.
Okay. Thank you, Hania, for answering the question. Are there any other comments or questions?
Short one.
Yes, Florian.
Thank you for the explanation. I have a question on the stakeholder consultation during the EPR process. What competent authorities in Uzbekistan do you have to consult in order to get the report endorsed?
С кем мы работали в Узбекистане? Значит, мы работали непосредственно с ЕПО. Значит, экспертов мы привлекали институт, Канадский институт устойчивого развития, Лили, она руководила, координировала. Мы использовали доклады Всемирного банка, использовали доклады, использовали материалы программы развития ООН, и еще мы использовали информацию, непосредственно я пользовалась, у нас есть МФО, это межведомственная, значит, Центральноазиатская управление водными. То есть мы использовали очень много данных именно в рамках проектов, реализуемых в Узбекистане с народных финансовых банков. В основном, конечно, мы используем данные национальной статистики в Республике Узбекистан. Значит, данные вводим.
Okay, thank you. I think there is also time later on in the coffee break maybe to further discuss this issue. I think also maybe discuss a little bit more the public consultation aspect, and I think we will discuss that also a bit later in the sessions. Before we break into short coffee break, I would like to invite our last speaker in this agenda item, which is Lupita Johansson from the OECD. And Lupita will provide a short insight into the work of OECD when it comes to environmental assessments and reporting and environmental information overall. Lupita, the floor is yours. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, Lupita Johansson from the OECD. I represent the Environment Directorate, and it's a pleasure to be here with you, sharing our view of integrated assessment and policy. As we've heard before, the reports that we're discussing today, the National State Environment Reports, are no longer just reference documents. So I would like to give an overview of where OECD sort of stands on. We feel that the OECD can be useful precisely on all the topics that we've been discussing about, because of course, countries are encountering environmental issues that are becoming more complex, more interconnected, obviously more urgent. And decision makers are under pressure to provide information quickly, but not with necessarily good or properly communicated evidence. So at the OECD, we work with policymakers, stakeholders, and citizens to develop evidence-based international standards and policy solutions for social, economic, and environmental challenges. A core part of our mandate is not only producing robust analysis, but also presenting it clearly so that different audiences can access it, use it, and draw well-informed conclusions. Because at the end of the day, if you have good evidence, but if you don't have it that is understood, that if it's not trusted or if it's not applied, then obviously it's not going anywhere. At the Environment Directorate, our work spans from a range of areas: climate change, water, biodiversity, chemical safety, and resource efficiency, and the circular economy. One core part of our work is on tracking country performance using environmental indicators, but indicators alone are not enough. And what distinguishes OECD analysis is that we look at the linkages between environmental and economic performance, between environmental outcomes, taxation, and trade, and between policy ambition and the availability of finance and investment. This integrated whole of government perspective is essential, and to support it, the OECD offers a range of tools. And one of them, my colleague Saramiet will later on speak about, is the Environment at a Glance Indicators Portal. This tool tracks environmental performance across countries. It aligns EU reporting standards and supports comparability and benchmarking. Another important resource from the OECD is the Strategic Foresight Toolkit, because it helps policymakers move beyond the short-term thinking. It considers how today's decisions shape long-term outcomes, especially in times of uncertainty and transition. So the common thread here is usability. These tools are aligned not just to provide analysis, but also to provide clear signals for policymakers. So again, my colleague will provide further details on these, and my other colleague, Dr. Doherty, will provide more information about the Foresight tool. But this takes me to how we fit into this whole scenario. And the Green Action Task Force, which is part of the OECD's Environment Directorate, which was created in 1993, focuses on supporting economy-wide cross-sectoral policies for green growth and sustainable development, particularly in Eastern Europe, the Caucasus, and the Asian region, Central Asian region. So our colleagues in Uzbekistan actually will work with you in several aspects on nature-based solutions as well. This work also includes climate mitigation, air pollution, the circular economy, water and ecosystem management, biodiversity and climate adaptation, sustainable infrastructure, green investment, and finance. And this experience is exactly what brings us into our work under the EU4 Green Recovery Program, which it provides support to Eastern Partnership countries in making environmental policies and cooperation more effective and to better align with the country's development goals. The program is structured around 5 complementary components. 1, circular economy and resource efficiency. 2, water protection and pollution reduction. 3, alignment with EU standards. 4, strengthen environmental data and digitalization. And 5th, enhancing transboundary cooperation. The OECD, with this particular project, is working on making precisely the environmental data and digitalization more connected, and more accessible. So what we're trying to do here is present environmental data in ways that policymakers can actually digest it. So the main objective here is not to create more data, but it is to improve clarity, to strengthen interpretation, and to support evidence-based decisions, whether it is for short term, such as crisis management, medium term, local or small-scale projects, or long-term planning for national level projects, or reforms embedded into the national legislation. In simple terms, we're trying to help governments answer 3 key questions. What do we do first? Who needs to work together? And how do we pay for it? Throughout the Green Action Task Force and the findings that we've done in the region, in the EAP region over the past 10 years, we're finding key findings from about data and policymaking. And that's first, that countries generally have a high-skilled expert. So therefore, the challenge is not really technical capacity, but that the governance process is a bit tricky, meaning that the system lacks resources to turn data into actionable knowledge. Second, that staff experts are often overloaded, and their technical outputs are not sufficiently targeted or accessible for senior decision makers. And as a result, very valuable analysis does not always feed into policy decisions. Third, that environmental reports tend to be very data heavy, and they often stop short of clearly linking analysis to concrete policy recommendations. Fourth, that there's a clear need to support data owners and analysts in communicating findings more effectively, and this was talked about earlier. So, and finally, demonstrating that economic value of high quality data can significantly strengthen evidence-based policymaking, whether it is, for example, to improving its efficiency, reducing risks, or supporting better investment decisions. I do want to stress here that this is not just for the EAP region. This is true for every country within the organization that we work with, and many of them are still facing it. So this is why peer learning and OECD experience is actually useful here. So let me make a couple of examples here to make it a bit more concrete. And I would like to talk about a couple of examples on water management policies where the role of data is particularly clear. I'd like to take my colleagues from Armenia as a main example, as they are developing a national water strategy, which is being built as a whole of government approach in mind, and where data reliability and accessibility will be essential to its success. This strategy will be structured around 3 outcome pillars, being environmental sustainability, inclusive water services, and economically efficient development. It would also have 3 mechanism pillars, informed and participatory governance, sustainable finance, information technology, and innovation. So across all these pillars, effective communication of high quality data will enable the priorities to be set, the trade-offs to be managed, and progress to be monitored by the government. Now, when it comes to financing water supply sanitation services, it is important to note that fundamentally depend on transfers, taxes, and tariffs, kind of known as the 3 Ts. But getting these policies right is essential to ensure sustainable financing and to enable investment linked to climate adaptation, broader water security, and technological development. And again, this is true for every single country around the world. Our findings in Moldova and Georgia in supporting reforms to their own water taxes, tariffs, and abstraction charges shows that implementations of these reforms relies heavily on reliable data, particularly for designing pricing structures that are fair, transparent, and economically sound. A key message across all of these cases is, of course, that policy application and economic results take time, but the effort is actually worth it. I would love to illustrate this with some examples from Austria, actually, that they shared at a meeting in Moldova not long ago. They were monitoring Austrian lakes since the 1960s and in the 80s, and they revealed serious water quality problems on groundwater rivers and the surrounding areas. This affecting many, many areas, and especially the emerging tourism industry at the time. They developed a national strategy to tackle this pollution that was implemented in 1991. It was also updated again in 2007. By 2022, get this, the economic benefits of tourism linked to these lakes accounted for about 3.5% of its GDP, so about 16 billion euros. So this is a clear illustration how investment in data monitoring can underpin policy reform and deliver long-term environmental and economic benefits. Let me leave you with 3 key messages here. First, that environmental data is most powerful when it is integrated, meaning connected to economic, fiscal, and investment decisions. Second, that the real challenge is not the data availability, but the data usability, so in how it clearly supports the policy choices. And third, the OECD and peer exchange. Countries have a concrete opportunity to strengthen their environmental reporting systems in ways that align with international standards and national priorities. And I would love to leave you with a little quote from my colleagues at the Directorate in Statistics that says that statistics and the use of data should be produced to inform decisions, not to make them. Because ultimately, this is really our perspective during our work under the EU4 Green Recovery Program. Strengthening data is not an end in itself, but a foundation for better policy, for better dialogue, and more resilient decision-making. So if anything that I've mentioned here before resonates with you, please reach out to myself and my colleague, Sarah, who will be presenting later on a bit more information. We're here for the next 3 days. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Lupita, for the useful insights on the work of OECD, also for highlighting the challenges. And as you have mentioned, they are not only the challenges of EAP countries, but actually challenges that every country around this our tables here and online actually are facing. Are there any questions to Lobita's presentation? I mean, as she said, she will be around for the next 2.5 more days, actually. But if there are any questions right now, please take the floor. If not, I would suggest, yeah, Florian has a question or comment or addition.
Because that's out of my scope in the agency. You're talking also about detecting get the right information, the policymaker, and then the last step is important for us, of course, finance. Can you elaborate on that? How does OECD support to for the financing sector on this? How does that work?
When we do the analysis on where the gaps are, sometimes it almost jumps at you which policies we can actually apply. And again, that's where comparability with other countries, and not only we take into consideration similar sizing of the country, so geographic areas, climatic issues, but also policies from countries that are way bigger, but somehow they've developed at a much smaller scale that could be duplicated with another country. So we have had, for example, in cases in Peru, where I believe Sarah will speak about later, where they've looked at waste management, for example, and so how to finance it and how sustainable will the system be. With Moldova and Georgia, we did a lot of programs on water abstraction and trying to understand how those fees will be, again, fair and sustainable, because of course the system needs to be maintained. So we just need to understand what exactly are the key areas that need to be addressed, not only politically, but of course financially. And of course, those two are usually linked. They obviously go hand in hand.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? I don't see any raised hands, so I think we are lacking a little bit behind the time, actually. But if anyone needs a short break, 5 minutes break, I think we can quickly split into a break, but really not more than 5 minutes, actually.
Grab a coffee and come back.
Yes. Exactly. Grab a coffee, come back, use the restroom, which is next door, and then we start with the next session.
Gut. Jetzt.
Aber hast du mein...
Ja, was läuft denn?
Also jetzt geht's gerade in der Früh, also schreibt.
Was ich mache. Ich habe das auch bei meinen war es definitiv da ist ein Kabel drin, ne? Die Leitung, die war knackig.
Okay.
Aber ich weiß nicht, das
genau, heute. Das ist so
aber jetzt geht's wieder. Ja.
Ich glaube, ich muss ihn dann vielleicht einmal nachher runterfahren. Ah ja.
Brauchst du den?
Ach so, na, ich brauche ihn eigentlich.
Das okay nicht. Ich fahre mal runter damit.
Ich hole mal schnell einen Kaffee. Und sag schnell halt.
Microphone picks up your voice and I can share for you. Oh, thank you very much.
Warte mal, ich kann was einkürzen. Schau, die Sabah, die haben 30 Minuten. Sabah, bist du noch da?
Ja.
Servus, grüß dich. Schön, dass du dabei bist.
Ja, hallo.
Grüß dich. Wir haben hier einfach nur ein Zeitproblem, weil wir jetzt schon eine Viertelstunde wegen der Technik hinten sind, das nie mehr wieder einholen, wir aber pünktlich raus müssen hier um 13 Uhr. Um dir die Zeit nicht zu nehmen, hast du was dagegen, wenn ich meine Einleitung nicht mache? Und weil ich habe gesehen, du hast bei den Folien so eine Orientierung mit Indikatoren
Ja,
drin.
ja.
Würde dann
Das
reichen,
mache ich,
okay?
ja.
Super, dann steigst du gleich ein und ich sage nichts dazu. Super. Gut, danke,
Okay.
haben 10 Minuten eingespart. Danke.
Bis dann. Tschüss.
Uns gesessen, Bursch.
Also unsere Präsentation schon fertig.
Nein, die mache ich heute Abend. Aber da habe ich schon die heißesten Kaffee gemacht. Das ist in 10 Minuten erledigt.
Florian,
Ja, aber
du machst aber schon deine Präsentation zu den Indikatoren, oder?
ja, das war die Frage jetzt. Ja?
Ja, wenn du sie nicht machst, ist auch okay. Dann mache ich, weil du hast schon diese Trends schon präsentiert.
Ja, ja,
Also,
genau. Ja, stimmt.
dann mache ich, ja.
Das.
Dann mache ich nur die sozioökonomischen.
Bitte
Okay.
darum, danke. Danke
Okay,
dir.
danke. Tschüss.
We know. But I could share with Alexander. No. Okay. Thank you so much. Yes. Yeah. Good. I don't doubt it. I'm not doubting.
But I think that
I will be alone. Working for air and for.
I think you're always welcome. When speaking Russian here, and English translation, parallel English translation, mix.
Russian.
Yes, please listen, but the volume is high. It's
There's still like some.
It's okay.
Do you want to try? And Carolyn, nice to meet you. Yeah, we were in touch with.
Yes, and maybe meet the president.
Yeah, it's nice to see you. We've been in contact through email. So, Anna, and Ossa. Okay, nice to meet you.
Yes, when you help in technical issue, and I you do it. And when we stay at no, because unfortunately here, unfortunately. But who will organization? I can do it for you. Okay. Okay, and we'll take our computer. Yeah, you can exactly. You can take your computer. Just if you have your notes on your computer. Exactly. Presentation, I can show you. You can. Thank you.
Aber kannst du auf vollen Präsentationsmodus gehen? Kannst du mich hören?
Werde ich machen, ja, ja, ja. Mhm.
Ja.
Ja.
Ich versuche mal die anderen Leute hier reinzukriegen und dann geht's gleich los.
Yeah, true. But it was quite enough. But I'm not sure. We can switch if you want. You want to be closer to? I don't need to present anything else. We can absolutely switch. Let's do it. Ouais. Absolument. Ouais.
Do you see my screen?
Yes, but can you please put it in full presentation mode, Saba?
It's in a full in a full presentation mode.
We don't see it as such. We see it as the editor mode.
Okay.
Yes. If you could press now.
Now?
No, not yet.
Strange. I don't know, because I see it as a full.
We don't see it as full presentation mode. Maybe we're at 5.
It takes some time, but it's long.
Yeah, it's strange because I see it as a full screen.
I have it. Maybe I share it.
I can also share it.
Right, maybe that's better. Yeah.
But please unshare and then
I don't know how to do that because usually it works like this way. Florian, can you share it then? Because I don't know how to do it otherwise.
Caroline is sharing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for that. Sorry.
No.
okay, let's get Christina and then we can start.
Yeah, is she not here?
Just wait for a minute, Sabah.
Yeah, it's okay.
Die Sabah kann eigentlich loslegen.
Yeah.
Sabah, are you ready?
Yes, I'm waiting
Yes.
for Caroline to share the presentation. See, I
shared.
couldn't.
So
I
I think
Okay, I don't see it.
we can
Uh,
see it here actually. So from our side, we are ready to go.
Okay, then yeah, I just start then. Okay. So good morning from my side. So I am Sabanait and I work for the Austrian Environment Agency, and I am working together with Florian on in actually within the framework of the project EU4 Green Recovery. And in my presentation, I will actually tackle the socio-economic indicators that have been used for the elaboration of the socio-economic change, a part of the European Environment 2025 produced by the European Environment Agency. So as we have seen this morning, so we have explored the foundation of the state of environment reporting in session 2. So we looked at why these reports matter, how they are structured, and why credibility, transparency, and strong evidence base is important. And we also discussed how knowledge and how knowledge is produced, how this actually this MEDIAC model that has been also mentioned and presented by our colleague Tobias, and also the frameworks of the DPSIR and how they are actually which help actually understand the relationship between between environmental pressures, impacts, and also policy responses. So building on what we have heard in session 2, now we are moving in to a more practical and important question: how do we actually measure these changes, and how do we communicate them in a way to support decision making? And this is what the session 3 is all about: is how indicators are used for the actually for the elaboration and for making the assessments. So just for setting the scene, so why indicators matter and why socioeconomic indicators matter. As it was mentioned by Florian and Tobias, environmental problems are actually not isolated. They are part of wider economic and social systems. So policies need clear, measurable evidence tool, not only statements or intentions. So we need something measurable, and those are given by indicators. So indicators help exactly that. So they help translate complex information into something that can be used by decision makers. So so why can environment not be studied alone? So here I would like just to yeah, actually some notions that we all of us already know is that environmental problems are not are caused actually by human activities, so by economic production, energy use, and consumption. All this creates pressure on the environment, and socioeconomic indicators help explain the drivers behind environmental change. So the next slide, please. So the why socioeconomic indicators? So they allow us to answer three key questions. So why is environmental change happening? Who is affected by this environment change? So who are in our communities the population that are affected by these changes, and are we making progress towards our policy goals? So and the indicators actually help answer these questions. So we just in order for us as well to understand the relation between sustainability and green transition, and since those indicators and also the whole set of environments report was actually an assessment of how are we moving towards this green transition. So sustainability actually means that we are balancing environmental protection, economic development, and social well-being. The green transitions actually means transforming our economies to operate actually within within the ecological limits and within our available resources. So this includes energy, cleaner energy, innovation, and more sustainable consumption. So the European Environment Agency used the indicators that were presented earlier by Florian, and also the ones that I will be presenting, not only to describe the environment, but also to understand whether the change is occurring, is happening or not. So my next slide, please. So the socioeconomic indicators used in the environment, in the Europe's Environment 2025, covered different indicators, 10 indicators in total, and those indicators covered different aspects. They covered drivers like which explain actually how societies demand resources and energy, like the Gini coefficient, the public expenditure, and also energy poverty. Also the pressures, how human activities are affecting the environment. So, for example, the consumption footprint and the fossil fuel actually subsidies. But also the indicators as well covered the responses. So the policies that are put in place in order actually to overcome those problems, like, for example, environmental taxes and so environmental taxes, and also to monitor or actually see how the transformation of our societies are happening. So we have as well here three different indicators, which are environmental goods and services sector, employment in the environmental sector, and also eco innovation index. So for just I would like to say that those indicators actually are not unknown, even if they were used for the first time actually within the European assessments. They are not actually new. They are also covered by the Sustainable Development Goals, even if they are named actually the naming of the indicators differ a little bit, but they are actually measuring or saying actually the same. Giving actually the same information, providing the same information. So there is, this is as well to say that these indicators are familiar to all of us, and this means that country can build on existing work rather than creating completely new reporting burdens. As I would like to give some examples on how those indicators are actually used in the assessment, and how they can provide some insights and some information about what is happening in our societies and in our economy. So if we imagine a country that has, for example, public expenditure on tertiary education, and so we could imagine that this would actually suggest that there is an environmental awareness and technologies development in this society, but that probably that this actually country is moving towards sustainability. But if the same country, for example, is using fossil fuel subsidies, then that would mean actually that we are actually facing that we have a contradictory or complex. The assessment can give actually a more complex story, because in that case we could say that actually we could conclude that policy policy structure is actually slowing the green transition by actually using fossil fuel subsidies. We are actually slowing the transition, even if we have the knowledge base available. So as a second example, the taxes and the fossil fuels. So environmental taxes, if, for example, a country has environmental taxes that are high, so they are applying the principal pays principle, and they are actually they have a very high environmental taxes, but at the same time they are using fossil fuels. So this is as well very contradicting, and here we can the assessment can show that it can highlight that we need more socially inclusive climate policies. And as a third example is actually, and just I would like also to add that we have helped the countries the countries to prepare this part of the assessment, and by providing actually feedback on their socio-economic change part. And this was done by actually delivering and by asking more questions, because the assessment at the beginning were more descriptive. They were more describing the different indicators, and by asking them different questions, we have tried actually to cover as well the responses and the challenges, as what are the impacts of the situation of the impacts, but also focusing on the responses in the country. So those indicators were used for the very first time, and that's why there were some challenges using those indicators. The challenge was that usually actually the state of environmental reporting is elaborated by environmental experts, and here actually the socioeconomic knowledge was lacking, and also some countries faced challenges related to data availability, and also some data, for example, was only available for 1 year, and there was actually no time series to be able actually to sorry to be able to see any trend, and also some inconsistencies in using and calculation of the different indicators. So also some challenges related to responsibilities and data collection, as also countries have asked after this exercise, which was the first, as I said, using those type of indicators, the countries have asked for capacity building, since the European Environment Agency actually intends to use those indicators for future assessments, since they are actually describing what is happening, instead only to focusing on the environment aspects, but also what is happening in the economy. And so the capacity building required by the countries is the interpretation of this socioeconomic analysis, and also the storytelling, how they should use those data and indicators in order to tell a narrative. So this is from my side. So if you have questions, please don't hesitate to ask them.
Any questions? Anyone? Feedback to the presentation? I think everything was clear, Sabah. Perfect presentation and overview.
Yeah, so actually the presentation is anyway available. If people have questions afterwards, they can feel free to drop me a message or anything. And also, if they want to see how those indicators were used by the European Environment Agency to prepare the country profile, they can check the website of the Environment Agency, the socio-economic change, and they will see how those indicators were assessed. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Sabah. I just want to add, also for us in our agency in Austria, it was a challenge this time to have this new topic on the horizon, because normally, environmental agencies and ministries are more bound to the environmental data, right? Information, not so much in socioeconomic aspects. I mean, we have an own department in my agency with socioeconomists. I think 6 of them we have in-house. So they were really happy that this is now on the horizon. So they were really engaged in that, but also for them it was a challenge. So even if you have that already in your agency in terms of resources, it is still a challenge, and it will come more of this, I guess. So be prepared.
Okay, are there any other comments or questions? Or I don't see any additional hands raised, neither in the chat nor in the room. So I think we can actually continue with the next speaker, who actually will provide us with additional insights into that topic. And I would like to invite Sarah Mier from OECD actually to share the work of OECD related to indicators and how they are used in assessments.
Yes. So good morning, everyone. Very happy to be here. I'm going to present you our main communication platform, I would say, for environmental indicators. And so this platform is called the OECD Environment at a Glance. It's composed of several modules or parts, I would say, and it's aimed at communicating with policymakers, journalists, the broader public, and also actually it's quite used internally by our own policy analysts. So I'll go quickly on the context and first introduction, because I would like to give you a live demonstration of it so you can see the full length of it. So it's a web platform. It's organized by themes like climate change, air quality, and we recently added also a theme on green transition. Then we have country notes and a dashboard, and we also work with some of our colleagues like in Lupta's teams to produce some regional environment at a glance reports. So we did the environment at a glance in Latin American countries and also in the Eastern Partnership countries. So I'll show you a bit more detail about that later. So the data we present in this platform come from the OECD environmental data collection that we perform through our State of the Environment questionnaire and annual quality assurance questionnaire. We also have a policy instrument for the environment database. And all this data collection is coordinated with other international organizations such as Eurostat, UNECE, and UNEP. And we also avoid duplication of reporting and take, for example, greenhouse gas emission data from other international reporting requirements such as the UNFCCC. We increasingly use other data sources, such as data based on Earth observation. For that, we elaborate methodologies that are approved by the OECD Working Party on Environmental Information, and then we apply that methodology to OECD countries, and actually for this data for whole country in the world. And we also use, in particular, for indicator for the green transition and socio-economic indicators, country reporting to other OECD databases. So, for example, on innovation, patent data, on effective carbon waste. So we use the data from reported to the tax directorate of the OECD. And it is also complemented by other reporting to other international organizations such as the IEA, the FIO, UNEP, etc. So to structure these indicators, again, I won't go into too much detail here, but we use, for example, the pressure state response model framework, or the elaborated one with drivers and impacts as well. We also use the OECD Green Transition Indicator Framework, which applies, again, an economic lens to the environment and take into account consumption and production patterns. So this is how this framework group the indicators. So we look at, for example, the environmental and resource productivity of the economy, the natural asset base, the environmental dimension of quality of life, and economic opportunities and policy responses. This is an overview of how the climate action dashboard is structured. So you see we have applied the emission drivers impact, and also we added the risks and action and opportunities framework and grouped the indicators that way. For the rest of the Environment at a Glance dashboard, which again is structured by themes, you have a list of indicator group that is based on the data that are available. So we would, in some topics like freshwater resources, for circular economy, we would like to expand, but for the time being, data are limited in these areas. And also together with UNECE, we work on a conceptual monitoring framework for circular economy, again, trying to apply the circular economy lens of the pressure state response model. So all these frameworks, and these are the proposed indicators for this framework, what they do, they actually help to structure the indicators so that they are more easy to understand by the users and they are more easy to use by policymakers and policy analysts. So now I'll try to go into the demonstration. So this is how the platforms looks like. So we have access to the webhooks. So these are interactive reports. Then access to our country notes there, and access to our dashboards, and then to regional webbook. And to spare you the loading time, I already opened some of these. So, for example, if we go in the climate change webbook, for each theme, what we do is we start with a little bit of context on the issue. Then we look at the policy challenges that are associated with these issues, how we can measure progress and performance. And then we have for each indicator group some key messages that we provide that are easy takeaway for policymakers and journalists. And then we elaborate a bit more on the main trends and recent developments. And finally, we show the indicators through interactive graphics. So why do we do that? Is to try and overcome some of the challenges, for example, comparability challenges. We do not want only to show the indicators, we want to provide a first interpretation of it. So that for example, here for greenhouse gas emission, it's quite obvious what does it mean, but for some indicators, they are a bit more difficult to interpret. So providing key messages, context, helps provide a first interpretation and help users see what is shown on the graphic. And when I say it's interactive, it's because actually you can play with the data. So for example, in this graphic, when you mouse over, you see the numbers for each OECD country. The legend also, you can play with it. And for example, if I want to see only emissions, the share of emissions from agriculture, I can see it for all countries here. And add waste, for example, if I want. You can also see here the definition of the indicators. Here you can download the data in CSV or images, and below you have access to the underlying OECD dataset to have more data. So these are other types of indicators that we show. And then we have a little section on comparability and interpretation to provide some caveats where needed on the level of comparability of the indicators that is shown, or if there is really striking or not comparable data for a specific country, we may mention that here. What we try to do again here is to give all the tools and information to users to see the data and correctly interpret them, whether they are just journalists or whether they are analysts who want to go deeper. And at the end of each section, we also have a link to a glossary with all the definition and the data sources. If we look now at our dashboards, there it's the same graphics that are shown in a different way. So here you see, for example, the comparison graphic that will show in the air quality, so which compare each country, so mean population exposure to PM2.5 for each OECD countries, and also compared to the WHO guideline value. But you can play again with the data here and see, for example, the trend view for Australia. You can also move to Belgium. And when available, we also enable to show a map. So again, the dashboard, you have it for each theme of the environment at a glance. So you see at the top, when I move a bit, I'm trying to up. We have it on each environment at a glance section. And to finish the live demo, I would like to show you quickly the country notes. So here again, we show more or less the same indicators, but we try to give more country-specific context. And here we have added at the beginning some socio-economic indicators in basic one, but to put into context the environmental data, most of the time you need to understand the country. So whether it's a dense country, whether there are a high living standard or not. And then sometimes we have error on the graphics, but we show again, for example, here you have greenhouse gas emission by source, so the trend for the country. And for each indicator group, we provide a bit of explanation on the trend. So why is it increasing? Why, for example, in Germany, is it transport or energy that is the first source of greenhouse gas emission? Why it has increased or decreased, and etc. So this is done in cooperation with the countries. And a very important thing that I forgot to mention is that each graphic is linked to the source database. So each time we update the underlying database, the graphic is updated. It takes a bit more time for the text, but at least and that's why also it's very much used by our policy analysts, because for them, it's much more efficient to go there and have a quick overview of the indicators than to go in the database, download the data, make the graphic to see whether the indicator makes sense and what does it tell. So again, we have that for all topics. And here we also have indicators on some policy instruments. So this is, for the time being, the weakest part, but we still have some data to show there, also on innovation. So fossil fuel support, we say, talk about subsidies in the OECD, technology and innovation, and ODA. So that's the end of my live demonstration. And very quickly, this is the most downloaded report of the environment. So last year we had more than 30,000 downloads. And this year, actually, in the first 3 months, we have more than half of that. So it seems to be increasing. And as I mentioned, one of our biggest user for this platform is people working on environmental performance reviews. And what they're trying to do, as most of you know, I think, is try to look at environmental objectives of countries, actions that policymakers have put in place to achieve these objectives, and then monitor progress and assess the results. And for that, they are extensively using the indicator we make. And also to respond to Armenia question earlier, in this environmental performance review, we make policy recommendations. And that's also how we speak to policymakers. We look at the data, analyze them, and then tell them, so this, in this country, there is a good example, this you have made, you still have many efforts to make. And policymakers, they don't like to be judged, but we also provide solutions. So this is the policy that you should make in your country. This has worked in other OECD countries, and how to put them in place. So if your company, and the data helps to do all that, right? They help to target the policy, whether you need to target women, poor household, or people in rural areas or in cities. So it's a combination of, as was mentioned earlier, also socio-economic indicators with environmental data that helps reach out to policymakers and make sense of all of that and support them in making those policies. Here are some examples of how our indicators are used in environmental performance reviews. They are complemented with national data, again, to overcome comparability issues. For some of our indicators, you need to complement with national data, also because national data often speak more to national context. So you need both. You need data comparable at international level, and you need data that are specific to your country. And that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah, for showing us the impressive work of OECD together with the countries actually in producing a variety of indicators, environmental information and knowledge, but also that you showed us how environmental information indicators can actually be communicated. I mean, you have shown us these beautiful and very informative dashboards and the environment at a glance platform, but also what you mentioned actually at the end in your slide, that also responding a little bit to the question of Guyane earlier in the morning, that actually this, I mean, monitoring information provision is not done just for the sake of having the information, but that it's really, really important to use it for different purposes. And we heard actually the examples not only from you now in regard to environmental performance reviews to reach then the policymakers, but also we heard it from Khania already earlier, because Uzbekistan is undergoing a similar exercise. So actually this information and knowledge is really, really used in the different assessments, reviews, but also then to reach the decision makers through for example, environmental performance reviews with the policy recommendations brought forward. So with this, I would like to invite our next speaker from Finland. And maybe after the Finnish presentation, we open the floor for short question and answers to Sarah, but also then to Maria from Finland, if that's okay for everyone. With this, I invite Maria Ojanen from Finland. Maria is online, and she will give us a little bit of an insight of the Finnish experience in producing and using indicators, also referring to the experience related to the country profile preparation for the Europe's Environment Report 2025, about which we heard earlier this morning from Tobias, but then also Austria's experience. Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Maria Ojanen. I'm from the Finnish Environment Institute, which is a government affiliated research institute. And indeed, I will follow the lines of Tobias and Florian from the morning session and talk about our experiences in terms of the country profile. And as already highlighted earlier, indeed, the country profile is part of the Europe's environment report, to give you a bit of background, of course, sustainability transitions require transitions monitoring, and the country profile could fill in this gap. And so the role of the countries was to assess the environment and climate, the socio-economic change, and three systems. And this is also the content of this presentation where I will focus. This has already been portrayed very nicely by Florian, but nevertheless, I will repeat. So based on the quantitative indicators given by the EEA, we devised individual descriptions for 10 environmental and climate indicators, including indicators such as air pollution and circular material use rate. And these were very short, almost like a paragraph long descriptions. We also wrote a one-page summary of the descriptions from the 10 socio-economic indicators, including indicators such as consumption footprint and environmental taxes. And the second part was the description of key issues in national energy, mobility, and food systems. So this is where we had more room for writing the story. And the QR code links to our national country report. Overall, this was a very well structured process that was guided by our EEA colleagues to ensure a coherent and concise country profiles. So here, finally, so how exactly did we translate the indicators and data into the text? I give you one example that's on the positive side. So this comes from the assessment of trends in environment and climate, and it is on the air quality, which shows that the Finnish air quality is above the kind of historical trends in the EU. So how we interpreted this was that air quality is excellent and premature deaths due to exposure to fine particulate matter are well below the EU target. The target you can see here on the right. So the EU target is minus 55% for 2030. High year-to-year variability in estimates still remains, and this is due to calculating, and then we come back to the methodological reasons. Well, of course, then I need to also show how we incorporate negative development. So this comes from our socio-economic assessment on the consumption footprint. That basically shows that, or tells that the Finnish industry is dominated by extractive manufacturing and heavy industries. And as a result of the Finnish environmental footprint is larger than the EU average. Efforts to reduce this footprint are manifold, and then the text pursues with the description of what has been done to reduce the footprint. So what our country profile is, it's an independent science-based indicator and system description. And unlike Florian's experience from Austria, we had no policy guidance or these formal approvals that we needed from the ministry. Nevertheless, our biggest challenge were related to the resources, and we had to rely on existing studies and the available pool of experts, as we didn't have that much of time. To summarize the key challenges, this would really be like these 3 C's. So first, the conciseness. Because you have to select the most relevant material for the description, and there's so much material out there, so it's a lot about also screening out the non-relevant issues. The second point is being concrete. You have to keep these short descriptions very accurate and punctual, so that they all stay relevant for the national audience and that the descriptions are not too abstract. And the third aspect that I want to highlight is the comparability. And this links to the relevance and reliability of these pan-European indicators. So some of the indicators, for example, in terms of environment, for Finland, it would have been really essential to have forest-related indicators, because most of our biodiversity issues are related to forest and not to agriculture, for example. Data coverage perhaps was not our main issue. There's quite good long-term monitoring, environmental monitoring data from Finland, but in terms of methodological issues, there were some issues related to the air quality, how it's calculated, and to what levels it calculated, and the second one was the fossil fuel subsidies, of which we discussed also with the EEA to how much actually can you make these pan-European comparisons, because the data that goes into the indicators is quite diverse. And also one thing still to add is that for certain issues, we also have these national indicators that speak better for the Finnish context. But for this, we had to use the international indicators, thus bringing us to the challenge of concrete and keeping it relevant for the Finnish audience. And still a few reflections from the observations from our societal influence. So we did organize a very successful national launching event for the report and our country report, with very active participation from both science and policymakers, and had very good national media coverage from our main TV channels and the main newspapers. But in terms of the long-term influence, of course, as said by Tobias, we can't make the policymakers to use this data. And what would be really important is to have updated indicators and keep having an update onto the national profiles. And currently, this kind of societal appeal of this environmental reporting is facing challenges in many regards. This and misinformation were already mentioned, but of course the tensions in the security situation are also such that it guides people's minds into non-environmental issues, although good environment also underpins our safety. So this was our very brief presentation from me, and thanks to my colleagues who helped to prepare the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria and colleagues, Nina and Jari. I can see on the slides actually. That's very useful and very hands-on experience actually from Finland on the country profile preparation and the use of indicators. But you also mentioned like the role of the communication, and also it was actually good to see, I mean, the public launch you did, and even on TV and so on. I think that's also very important to communicate, of course, this information. As we are running out of time, I give very quickly the floor to anyone who wants to ask questions to Maria and colleagues, or Sarah. Yes, Gayana, please.
Use satellite data. My question related, are they use other sources data, for example, remote sensing or satellite data to develop indicators?
Maria, could you understand? So the question from Armenia is whether Finland uses satellite or remote sensing data to inform indicator production or in general environmental reporting and
Yeah, that's a good question, and that's a little bit out of my expertise, but I can speak only for this country profile that we only used reports, so we didn't use any satellite.
But maybe maybe I can say here something, because tomorrow there will be Antila Saku, and I think he did 2 years ago a presentation on the use of new technologies, and I think he's the right person to ask this question to actually. So I think we can maybe ask this question again tomorrow, if that's okay, Gayana. Okay, colleagues, any other questions? If not, we have to free the room in, let's say, I think 8 minutes, but maybe if Arta Kodra, who is online from Albania, is ready to present the experience of Albania in less than 10 minutes, then we could still do that actually. Arta, are you with us?
Yes.
Yes. Is it okay for you to be within 10 minutes?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay,
I can do
so
the
then the floor
presentation
is
right
yours.
now because it's a short presentation. So
okay.
Okay. Albania it was part of the country space SOER prepared from the European Environment Agency, and also you have to prepare the 3 assessment: environment and climate assessment, social economic changes assessment, food, energy, and mobility systems. And for this preparation of the above assessment, the EA provided a data set that we would help to link the indicators to each other and use them for the assessment. But Albania faces lack of data and difficulties to prepare the assessment. I am focused about the socio-economic data sets. Let's see from the table that Albania, for these indicators, we don't have any information or any data. Okay, next, please. And in the next table, you see that we have only 2 data from the indicators for energy poverty and the Gini coefficient of equivalent disposable income. From the chapters, from the graphics, we see that from the graphic, we see that the data are in line with historical data with of EU for the both indicators. Okay, and in this situation that we don't have the data, we have to find other relevant data. So to fulfill our requirements to do the assessment for social economic changes. So we find the data from the Instat about the innovation activities, which are related to the innovation activities at enterprises with 10 or more employees. And also it's important that these innovation activities and these enterprises are have received financial support from public authorities to increase the innovation in these enterprises. Environmental taxes revenue in Albania, which are include the energy, transport, natural resources, and pollution taxes. Statistics on enterprises are related to the number of the employees or employment in the small, medium, and large enterprises, and also the employment regarding some sectors such accommodation and food service, construction sector, manufacturing industry sector, and large enterprises are related to the electricity, water sector, and waste management. Next, please. So, with the support of the Austrian Environment Agency, we have to prepare the assessment for social economic changes, and we use other relevant data that we found, and such as social economic schemes for electricity, financial schemes to promote renewable energy, and these data are related to combat energy poverty. Environmental innovation in enterprises. You have such, as I said before, financial support for innovation in the enterprises, and also they are linked with the tertiary education for the research with the university regarding the innovation, and those goes to the green transition. Innovation activity in small, medium enterprises that are related to the number of employees, and then also increase the number of the good added value. Environment taxes revenues and also are related to the renewable energy investment, and all those data we have to goes to the green investment. Okay. So from all these indicators and data that we have found it, we prepared together with the Austrian Environment Agency the three parts for the economic changes assessment. So in the first is challenging socio-economic condition and fragile support for sustainability. We have used the Gini coefficient data, the financial schemes to promote renewable energy, so to combat the energy poverty. The next, please. Second, in the economic policies show progress, but green investment remains limited. So in this assessment, we use the data about the environment tax revenues, innovation activities, investment on renewable energy, and the financial support for the innovation and for the inclusion of the small medium enterprises about the employment. This is the next is business communities engagement in Albania's green transition. So you have included the data from larger firms, medium-sized enterprises, and the environment taxes, which are and also the financial support for the tertiary education and business for research partnerships regarding the innovation in the activities. And next. And the last assessment is the urban-rural divide risk as a unequal transition. So this is about the disproportion of urban-rural regarding the energy poverty. And also Albania don't have any plan for energy poverty. Thank you. This is
Thank you so much, Arta. That was very interesting and useful presentation. Also that you raised a bit the awareness that there are still many challenges, not only for Albania, but we heard from other examples that many countries still face challenges in producing socioeconomic related indicators. But you also mentioned a couple of solutions, and I mean, we always promote actually what you also said, that you work a lot with the Statistical Institute in Albania. And we have statisticians here in the room, so we always, I think this collaboration is very important for integrated information and indicators. And for the gap filling, exactly what Florian just added. I think we need to continue the discussion after lunch. So if there are any questions, Arta, are you with us also in the afternoon? Because we need to leave the room now, but are there any questions?
Any questions? Because I don't have the possibility to pay after the lunch.
So the thing is, we need to leave the room, but if there is anything very urgent, just say it now. If not, we will submit in writing to you, and maybe you can respond to us, Arta. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation and for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
those indicators, we
sorry, we can't hear you there. Caroline, you did something and it worked. Now, talk now. I think now it's working.
But you need to, Saba, you need to mute yourself because otherwise we hear an echo here.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Can I continue?
Yes.
Okay. So by analyzing some of the indicators we worked on, we saw that.
Can you mute yourself? Yeah. Ah, okay. Because of the. Okay. Just a second. Sorry.
No problem. Can you hear me now properly? All right. So by analyzing some of the indicators we worked in SOER, we concluded that we made some improvements compared to the previous studies, and those are alignment with EU environmental and climate policies, significant reduction in greenhouse gases, state of monitoring of air quality was improved, growing share of renewable energy, and then expansion of organic farming, etc., etc. But some of the challenges remain. Those are environmental data integration, policy targets and coherence, cross-sectorial cooperation, data digitalization, analytical capacity, and communication and visibility. The most challenging part was actually the part of assessment of socio-economical change in SOER 25. Quite frankly, the main obstacle was interinstitutional cooperation in our country. This means like a lot of data are allocated in different institutions. Then there are lack of data in many institutions, and in this way we needed support. Support came from colleagues from EEA and from the colleagues from Austrian Environmental Agency UBA. And I would like to thank to Florian and to Tobias who helped us in this way. Last year, I think in May, Austrian Environmental Agency organized the meeting through one of the projects organized by EEA. The goal was to identify the potential obstacles in socio-economical part and also how to overwhelm those obstacles. So they helped us in a way to support by creating support in actually consolidating data and to tailor the socio-economical part in our SOER 25. Those are just examples of graphs derived from the data sets from which we got help actually from UBA and from EEA, and they helped us to create the data sets, and those graphs shows some of the results. Furthermore, if you want some additional information, you can find it in Europe Environment 25 data related to the Republic of Serbia. And I would like to say that this was more than a valuable experience for us. And once more, I would like to thank UBA and EEA by supporting us in working on this SOER 25. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nicola, to share the Serbian experience and also lessons learned. I mean, you mentioned the institutional cooperation was actually very challenging. I think that's something, of course, not only in Serbia a challenge. I think that's everywhere. But I think it's worth every effort to invest in that cooperation, because that's what we have to do actually, and what will bring us forward with better results at the end actually. But yeah, so with this we conclude this session on the role of indicators, and we will continue with the next session. And I give the floor to my colleague Caroline, who will lead us through this session actually. Caroline, please.
Yeah, thank you, Christina, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Caroline, now we're looking at, we're going into session 4, which is from indicators to effective communication in state of the environment reporting. So we're moving from indicators and data to clear and compelling key messages. We've already touched upon this this morning. We have discussed the role of indicators in state of the environment reporting. And now the question that we're asking here is like, how do we translate evidence into insights that resonate with decision makers and the public? And we touched upon this already in several presentations this morning. We talked about how to best communicate and how policymakers can pick up the messages that are conveyed in the state of the environment reporting. So without much further ado, I would like to hand over the floor to Saba again for an introductory presentation, after which we will hear country presentations from Armenia, the Republic of Moldova, and Ukraine. So Saba will explain a little bit further how that will develop. So I hand over to Saba. Saba, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Caroline. Yes, as Caroline just said, we are moving from data and indicators to actually the next step, which is actually how we translate all this information and data into something more meaningful and also easy to implement by decision makers. So what we are dealing with here is in this session is with interpretation, as we we move from information to insight. So the problem, as also mentioned by our colleagues from OECD this morning, the problem is not the data. So sometimes there is enough data, but how do we use this data to communicate and convey a message to our decision makers to actually make new policies. So decision maker, they don't actually engage with data and indicators. They engage actually with more condensed actually messages, and with also credible messages. So if the message is underlined by evidence-based data. So the learning objective of this session, so next slide please. So the learning objective of this session is actually to go from actually this the ability actually to drive these key messages from the data and trends. And the second is to better connect as well the regional and the national assessment. So they often exist in parallel, and sometimes colleagues at the national level don't know at all about these regional environmental assessment. So the third point is actually as well communication, because without this communication of the findings actually without the communication of the finding of state of environment report, our work doesn't really will not actually improve the situation. So from data to insights. So we are going from raw data to indicators. So we need time series to implement those indicators. The State of Environment report gives the opportunity to discuss the trends and analyze the trends, and at the end of this process, we come up with key messages. So we need to when we do the analysis during this assessment, we identify patterns, and we identify also emerging issues, and those issues and those patterns are relevant for decision makers. So the role of communication is actually the communication is a very important and an integral part of State of Environment reporting. So and the visualization and using of graphs and dashboards and infographics to show how to show the trends and to show how country is performing is also very important. And so now I'm going to explain what was actually. This is the guidance document that we have given to the countries to prepare their presentation, which they will present just after me. So we have asked the countries to go actually from the 7th Pan-European Environmental Assessment. So the paper that was produced for decision makers, which contained different key messages, and and that covers air, climate, water, biodiversity, and land, and provides, as I said, key messages. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the exercise actually is to compare those regional key messages with national reality. So the report, the UNECE report, the Pan-European Assessment Report, was published in 2021. And we are asking actually the countries to use their national data and to look at those key messages and to see what are if those actually messages do fit their country situation, or if there are any changes for that. So next, please. So sorry, this is okay, next one. So yeah, and if actually yeah, so the countries were asked actually to select 1 or 2 topics, actually 2 or 3 topics, and to compare with the national situation and say if it fully applies or partially, or it doesn't apply at all. But they were asked actually to back up their statements by using national data. So the idea is actually really to deepen the analysis. It's not only, we are not interested not only in trends. We are not interested to say, yeah, the PM2 for the PM2.5 is worsening, but we need actually to deepen more and to look at what have been, for example, the policies in place, why they didn't work yet, and what are really the problems. It's not only about the trends. This is really important. It's really important to tackle actually also the responses that have been used so far, and to see what can be changed in order to see improvement. I think yes, and as I said, so we will now hear actually the presentation from different countries. So we will. They will compare actually the regional to the national insights, and this is actually also a way to learn from each other, as we do learn a lot when looking at state of environment reports and reading state of environment reports, and also how to improve the communication on state of environment reporting. So that's it from my part. So now I give the floor to, I think the next presenter is from Armenia. I give the floor to my colleague Gayane. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will present some indicators and key messages in Armenia. First of all, I'll present greenhouse gas emissions. This indicator presents trends in greenhouse gas emissions in Armenia, which developed in line with the approaches of the European Environment Agency. The indicator is based on data from National Greenhouse Gas Inventory and the Statistical Committee, which provide the official basis international reporting, including under the Paris Agreement. Key messages are these. While Armenia's emissions remain about 50% below 1990s levels, a significant increase of around 90% has been observed since 2000. This growth is mainly driven by increasing energy demand, expansion of the transport sector, and rising living standards. As a result, there is currently no clear evidence of decoupling between economic growth and emissions. Overall, the results highlight the need to strengthen policies aimed at improving energy efficiency, expanding renewable energy, and promoting sustainable transport. This is the main key messages driven from the trends that we have in Armenia. The next indicator is protected area indicator. This indicator presents the development of protected area in Armenia. The indicator is regularly developed and published through the National Eco Portal, and provides important basis for tracking progress in biodiversity conservation. Key messages are, as of 2024, specially protected natural areas cover approximately 13% of the national territory, amounting to about 383,000 hectares. National parks make up the largest share, accounting for around 61% of total protected area. Since 2009, the overall extent of protected areas has increased and remained relatively stable in recent years. Compared to 2000, the area of national parks has grown significantly by about 55%, and state sanctuaries have increased by nearly 40%. At the same time, it is important to highlight that strictly protected areas classified as category AB have decreased by around 50%. This raises important questions regarding the level of protection and conservation effectiveness. Although the expansion of protected area is positive development, the current coverage of 13% remains well below to the global 30% target under the Convention on Biological Diversity. Overall, further efforts are needed not only to expand coverage, but also to strengthen the quality and effectiveness of protection. This is about protected areas indicators. The next indicators that we prepare for today's workshop related to water quality. In Armenia, 7 indicators related to water quantity and quality are developed and regularly published through the National Eco Portal, which I would like to mention that this Eco Portal developed under the UNECE 2 projects, and Galina is here, that's why I mentioned about this. And thank you for that project. A lot of achievements we achieved that time. And in 2025, 2 of these indicators were fully revised and in line with international methodologies, while others are currently under review. These indicators, which present in the slide, present trends in organic water pollution in Armenia based on biological oxygen demand, BOD5, and ammonium concentration measures at river monitoring points downstream of settlements. The data show a concerning trend between 2010 and 2024. BOD levels increased by 43%, while ammonium concentration more than doubled, increasing by 105%. The main source of this pollution are untreated or insufficient treated domestic and industrial wastewater, which are often discharged directly into the rivers due to the limited treatment infrastructure. In fact, only about 1% of total wastewater is currently treated. In addition of this, agricultural runoff also contributed to the pollution load. Although national regulations require wastewater to be treated before discharge into surface waters, with environmental fees applied in case of non-compliance. This trend suggests that implementation and infrastructure remain significant challenges. In this context, continued methodological improvement and expert feedback are essential to strengthen the robustness and policy relevance of these indicators. The next indicator related again to the water quality is nutrient concentrations in freshwater, focusing on phosphate and nitrate measures at monitoring points downstream of settlements. The data show mixed trends between 2010 and 2024. Phosphate concentration increased by 14%, indicating growing pressure most likely from wastewater discharges. At the same time, nitrate concentrations decreased significantly by 38%. These contrasting trends suggest that different sources of pollution are influencing nutrient dynamics. While agricultural pressure may have decreased, wastewater-related pollution remains a key issue. Overall, these results highlight the need to further address wastewater management, particularly in order to reduce phosphate pollution and prevent eutrophication risks. And the suggested 2 indicators related health impacts of air pollution and biodiversity of ecosystem. I can say that just only for information that in Armenia, this indicator, health impacts of air pollution, not yet been developed or officially reported, mainly due to the absence of systematic PM2.5 monitoring data. This represents a critical data gap, limiting ability to assess population exposure and associated health impact in line with methodologies. The same for biodiversity and ecosystems indicator. we don't have comparable indicators for biodiversity and ecosystem status assessment. These indicators not developed. However, relevant national information is partially available through biodiversity monitoring activities, protected area management reporting, and forest inventory data. This source indicates the status of ecosystem, but they are not yet integrated into unified indicator framework aligned with the assessment methodology. That's all from our side. Are you muted?
Thank you, Lupita. Yes, thank you very much, Gayane, for the very clear presentation. Well, I have just noted actually a few points. I find it very useful, actually, that the climate change part highlights the sectors that actually need to be targeted by policies like energy and transport, which are actually the main sectors that are responsible in your country for the climate change. I find it as well very encouraging that the protected area are increasing. But as I said as well, for actually future state of environment reporting, it will be as well very good and nice to dig a little bit deeper to see if the management of these protected areas on the ground, because very often, and as we see in Europe, for instance, some protected areas are listed as protected areas, but when you go there, sometimes there are constructions or they are used as grazing areas. So thank you very much. If anyone has maybe questions for Gayane, please go ahead.
Anybody in the room? Lupita? Yes. Sorry. Hi. At the last National Policy Dialogue meeting that we had on water, there was also a talk about, and coming up with the biodiversity COP in December, there was a development of national strategy as well for biodiversity. And I'm wondering whether or not that is being tackled, the deficiencies that you mentioned today on the methodology. Is that being tackled through the strategy right now? Is that something that is being implemented within this strategy to be thought about?
Good question.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
I'm not not very deeply aware about policy of this direction, but I know that they don't tackle indicators because this issue always a big issue. I'm presenting Hydrometeorology and Monitoring Center, and our center now trying to introduce biodiversity monitoring, state monitoring, because previously biodiversity monitoring only, not monitoring, but investigation implemented by scientific universities, institutes, and now we're trying to have a national state biodiversity monitoring system, which will gather all this information for development indicators. And we always raise this gap issue and trying to as much as possible to collect the relevant data and use international methodology for collecting this data. And also we involve a lot of civil society, NGOs, scientific institutes, and to share our methodology templates, how to collect this data. And for that also we have a special application and use this application for collect this data. But till COP, we will not possible to have this data, all data, but it is under our
responsibility, our center's responsibility to collect and have this data.
Okay.
And I hope in the coming future, we can have this, not all data, but appropriate data to develop biodiversity related indicators. Because most important is to have state of this ecosystem, not only count of
Yes.
For that, we should have permanent monitoring
in place.
Not station, but places for that. And now within a project, EU-funded project, we place these places in the forest, protected areas, and collecting data. For that, needed 4 years. For collect this data.
To be able to analyze.
And analyze the state of this biodiversity.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you for question.
If no,
I don't see any other questions in the room. If
okay,
you have a question.
I also would like to thank you, Sabah, for very useful comments that you provide communication when we communicate developing these indicators. I try to answer for your question, but not all information I found this short period, but I promise that I will try to add external information and have all relevant information that you mentioned in your letter, because it's very important to have all this related political question in indicators.
Yeah. Thank you, Gayane. That's absolutely no problem. I think we will have as well the chance to tackle those issues when we work on Armenian country profile, since it is one of the activities planned in our joint work plan. So we will have the opportunity to discuss it further. So thank you very much. If there are no other questions, we can move to.
May I have just a remark on Armenia?
Of course, yes.
Thank you for example, for me, coming from the water department, very strong, clear message you sent because of the timelines. Thanks to the help of the European Environment Agency in the UNECE, your eco portal on the organic load of water that is then transferred via the trend analysis and your assessment that this is calling actually for action in the sense of wastewater treatment. But this is an issue. I mean, we had the example of Austria. The same happened in Austria years ago. The population, but also tourism sector was heavily depending on it. So there was an investment taken. And it was ways before we entered the European Union. So this is a national issue, of course. And the tricky thing, and that would be interesting, maybe you cannot answer the question, but the question would be, so thank you for the example. It's very clear, the message to me. But if you have similar messages on other environmental topics, how is a prioritization can be done? Can a prioritization be done just by a trend analysis, or is it needed more information?
Needed more information, of course.
Thank you, Gayane, and thank you, Florian. So now we can move to the colleagues from Moldova, and I invite the colleague Silvia to thank you, to take the floor. Thank you.
Speak in Russian? No problem. Okay.
Уважаемые коллеги, I speak on Russian. Здравствуйте, добрый день. Рада приветствовать всех коллег на очередном мероприятии. Мы очень рады возможность быть, охватывать прогрессы на таких мероприятиях и принять другой опыт. Наверное, я чуть-чуть отошла от того примера, который Сабах представила, но ведущего оратора я поняла, что все-таки, что касается политик, это тоже уместно и должно быть правильно. Сначала на первом слайде я представлю несколько слов о национальной системе мониторинга окружающей среды. Институционная основа – это агентство окружающей среды. Референс-лаборатория по уровню окружающей среды. Система охватывает все ключевые компоненты: воздух, почва, отходы, радиоактивность. Помимо этого в лаборатории еще подразделение, это оперативная служба. Данные все собираются и включая работу системы раннего оповещения. А информация публикуется. Нет. Основная цель мониторинга – это обеспечение непрерывного мониторинга, предупреждение загрязнения и оперативное информирование органов власти и населения. И населения. Качество воздуха. Этот показатель, и в основном он является приоритетом экологической политики Республики Молдова. По данным агентства окружающей среды лаборатории, среднегодовая концентрация частиц 2,5 в Кишиневе снизилась примерно на 28% по сравнению с 2018 годом. Тем не менее, это превышает и то снижение, которое было основными факторами снижения было снижение газификации, обновление транспорта и сокращение использования твердого топлива для законодательства активного обновления. Приводится в соответствии с требованиями ЕС. Включая контроль выбросов и качество топлива. Сеть мониторинга расширяется, но пока индикатор воздействия на здоровье пока официально не публикуется. Это пробел отмеченный также в отчете ЕС по скринингу. То, что касается качества воды. Республика Молдова управляет двумя крупными трансграничными речными бассейнами. Рекой Днестр совместно с Украиной, рекой Прут совместно с Румынией. Качество оцениваем 73 разрезах мониторинга в соответствии с требованиями рамочной директивы. Основные показатели, как содержание аммония, нитратов, фосфора, металлов. По данным лаборатории, около 65% проб на реке и около 58% по реке Днестр соответствует категориям хороший и очень хороший состояние. Доступ населения к централизованному снабжению до 71% в 2023 году. Тем не менее, только 32% населения подключено к качественному снабжению. И это также остается одной из приоритетных задач национального плана действий по охране окружающей среды. Выбросы парниковых газов остаются примерно на 70% ниже 90-х годов. Это в основном связано со структурными изменениями экономики после распада СССР. Однако с 2000 года выбросы выросли примерно на 24%. И главным образом за счет энергетики и транспорта. Структура выбросов в 2022 году по секторам: энергетика 7%, сельское хозяйство 17%, отходы 9% и промышленность 7%. Молдова регулярно публикует национальный кадастр выбросов. В 2024 году Молдова представила двухгодичный доклад о прозрачности секретариат рамочной конвенции Организации Объединенных об изменении климата. Также в 2024 году был принят закон о климатических действиях, устанавливающий правовую основу для смягчения последствий изменения климата, адаптации и достижения климатической нейтральности к 2050 году. Также Республика Молдова в 2025 году представила третий определение на национальном уровне вклад NDC-3. Безусловная цель — сокращение выбросов на 70% к 2030 году. Условная цель при наличии международной технической поддержки — сокращение на 88% до 2030. Долгосрочная стратегия низкоуглеродного развития предусматривает достижение климатической нейтральности к 2050 году. Доля возобновляемых источников энергии в валовом конечном потреблении должна достичь 27% к 2030 году. Приоритетными направлениями являются модернизация энергетических сетей, развитие солнечной и ветровой генерации, повышение энергоэффективности зданий и продвижение электрического транспорта. Следующий слайд. Биоразнообразие. Республика Молдова является одной из ключевых международных конвенций. Сеть охраняемых природных территорий охватывает 5,8% от территории страны. Цель увеличения до 2% к 2030 году. Сеть Эмирал включает 61 объекта и 5 рамсарских водно-болотных угодий. Биоразнообразие включает более 5500 видов, из которых 208 занесены в Красную книгу. Лесной фонд Республики Молдова составляет 11% от территории страны. Это намного ниже среднего европейского показателя. Государственное агентство Молсилва управляет более чем 80% лесных массивов. В стране действует 5 научных природных заповедников, и стратегическая цель национального плана действий по охране окружающей среды на период с 2024-2028 годов увеличение лесного покрова на дополнительные 2% к 2030 году. Управление отходами. Это одно из наиболее сложных задач экологической политики Республики Молдова. Образование твердых бытовых отходов на одного жителя в год выросло с 340 килограмм в 2018 году до 395 килограмм в 2020. Текущий уровень переработки отходов оценивается менее в 10%, при том, что целевой показатель Европейского Союза составляет 65% к 2035 году. Это еще раз указывает на необходимость значительных инвестиций в инфраструктуру сбора, сортировки и переработки. Основой нормативной акты это закон 209 от 2016 года, который транспортирует рамочную директиву. И еще один пример. В 2024 году был принят закон, который вводит запрет на одноразовые легкие пластиковые. Система расширенной ответственности производителя. Находится на этапе активного развития. На сегодняшний день автоматизированные коллективные системы. В целом РОП охватывает категории продуктов. Это упаковка, электроника, батареи, шин, отработанные масла и транспортные средства. Производители обязаны обеспечивать сбор и переработку отходов в соответствии с установленными целями, которые рассчитываются как процент объема продукции, размещенной на рынке, с дифференциацией по материалам пластик, бумага и другие. Система отчетности уже предусматривает четкий учет объемы размещены на рынке упаковок, собранные и переработанные количества, а также уровень достижения целей переработки. В то же время уровень внедрения остается ограниченным. Только около 6% производителей были зарегистрированы, что указывает на необходимость усиления контроля и стимула. Важным следующим шагом станет система залогов стоимости упаковки, которая должна значительно увеличить объемы сбора и переработки отходов. В целом РОП в Молдове имеет институциональную и правовую основу, но ее эффективность будет зависеть от расширения участия производителей и достижения установленных сбора и переработки. Какая перспектива на период 2030 года? Она определяется тремя стратегическими опорами. Национальный план действий по охране среды до 2028 года, который предусматривает и конкретные этапы в области мониторинга. Вторая опора – это процесс присоединения к Европейскому Союзу в частности, транспозиция экологических пределов 27 и обеспечение соответствия требованиям отчетности Европейского Союза. Третья опора – это климатическая нейтральность к 2050 году с промежуточной целью сокращения выбросов парниковых газов. На этом все. Благодарю за внимание. И прошу прощения, что вышло с переводом.
Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you, Sylvia, for your intervention. Yeah, as Sylvia said, actually, this wasn't actually the plan of this session. This session should be actually focused on key messages, but thank you very much for presenting the efforts that have been that are being done in Moldova in terms of transposition of EU directives into the national legislation, and for the different in different sectors. I don't know if you have any questions you would like to ask Sylvia.
Anybody in the room? Nicola, I think you need to come here to ask your question.
Hello, everyone. I have one question, particularly for this polluters pay tax. Do you the money polluters pay goes to some separate fund, or it goes to the state budget, or how it is regulated in your country?
Это больной вопрос для Республики Молдова. Это не только у нас в стране. Сейчас, потому что до этого момента все налоги собираются, фискальные налоги не идут отдельно в какой-то экономический фонд. Сейчас в процессе реформирования имеется такая инициатива финансировать те налоги и те таксы, которые будут, чтобы они были направлены в экологический фонд. Это не только налог на воду, это и все налоги на... Такая структура была раньше, но в течение времени эти налоги потерялись в общем финансовом потоке. Как бы. Это, наверное, не только у нас в стране, потому что это проблема у всех стран, исходя из тех периодов, которые были, потому что денежные потоки в каких-то моментах недостаточно, и все, даже те налоги на экологию рассматривались как финансовые потоки и уходили в общий бюджет. Часто в программе предусматривается, что будет реструктуризация, и Министерство финансов согласилось, что все финансовые потоки и все налоги, которые будут на экологию, будут собираться. Это только сейчас рассматривается как будет деление, это будет особый отдельный фонд, или это будут Министерство финансов будет делить вот эти потоки, исходя из...
Thank you very much.
Это то, что я знаю.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Silvia, for the presentation. Even though you mentioned right from the beginning that your presentation will be slightly different from the Armenian colleagues, focusing on developing key messages to the politics. I still have a point. You showed a graph of the, I think it's municipal waste, solid waste collected in Moldova, and you showed an increase over 6 years. And if I calculated correctly without AI, it's a 10% increase in the last 5-6 years. Then it would be very interesting to see what is the reason for it. And of course, that's the power of indicators. You could go deeper into that and see the composition of the waste. We have that. And then maybe it turns out, just an example, if a certain amount is, for example, beverage waste, like plastic bottles, then you can think about conveying the message of maybe to think of a deposit return system, something like this. So this is a very, the data is good, but not enough. It's simply not enough. It's indicators good, understandable, you can communicate already, but then you have to go further to go to propose solutions also. And I think an agency like yours will be asked that as we are asked for it also. And it's very interesting to go into that, even though we cannot enforce it, because we have an information base. So maybe this would be that you have some information, some data that's reliable. So I would ask you then to more maybe put the effort in the communication of the messages.
То, что касается отходов, я могу сказать, что в этих аспектах коммуникация идет напрямую, потому что министерство дало систему отчетности даже по... Тут направление другое, как бы в тот момент, когда статистика по отходам перешло в министерство, создало систему отчетности информационную, и коммуникация идет напрямую. Я просто хочу сказать, что творится у нас сейчас с инфраструктурой и как строится эта инфраструктура, исходя из тех, которые мы представляем. И почему я привела пример с Европы. Это все исходило от которые мы предоставляли в министерство. Помимо отчетности у нас еще были некоторые научные исследования, которые показали, какой поток отходов и какие фракции в этих отходах и какую инфраструктуру надо строить. Я надеюсь, что скоро в будущем у нас будет совсем другая отчетность, и мы сможем ставить другие показатели. Как, например, очень часто задается вопрос, как сколько отходов попадают на полигон. Но там имеется полигон, соответствующее хранение отходов на полигонах. И полигон раньше рассматривался как инфраструктура, которая соответствует всем требованиям по депозитированию этих отходов. А в нашей республике таких полигонов было только 2 полигона. Это отчетность, исходя из этого сбора отходов. Надеемся, что через 4-5 лет у нас будут соответствующие полигоны, которые соответствуют всем требованиям. Это только А так министерство очень информировано, и смотря какие мы собираем и сколько из них муниципальные отходы. Но это очень хороший вопрос. Я надеюсь, что такой поток коммуникаций не только по что касается отходов, но по всем другим аспектам.
Thank you. Saba, I think we need to move on.
Yes, thank you very much. So let's move to the third and the final presentation. So I invite our colleague Hanna to give now her presentation. Hanna, the floor is yours.
First of all, we are grateful to Secretariat and Environmental Agency Austria for the opportunity to present Ukraine's results in the environmental monitoring, recent changes in environmental legislation, and dynamics of the main environmental indicators for the period 2015-2024. On February 2026, the government approved amendments to resolution number 835, and this resolution defines requirements for the format and structured datasets publication in the form of open data, the frequency of updates, and the procedure for the publication, as well as the list of datasets, including environmental ones. So in this context, state authorities have opportunity dozens of registers in environmental sphere. For example, data on the quality of surface waters, license for hazardous waste management, permits for emission, and many others. Also, this resolution provides for dissemination of open datasets on environmental indicators at the region level. This slide shows a map of the level of acceptability on environmental datasets by city councils and regional administration. It should be noted that collection of environmental data may be incomplete due to damage of measuring equipment during military actions. Even in this case of a complete environmental monitoring network, there are a risk that general environmental information may be incomplete due to point damage of monitoring station as a result of military action. About legislative changes. The requirements of European Union directives of ambient air quality are gradually being implemented in Ukraine. Ukrainian legislation is already partially aligned with directive on ambient air 2004 and 2008 and has a low level of alignment with the revised directive 2024. The state air monitoring system is a stage of development which involves creation of regional monitoring centers and integration information systems. In 2025, the government approved the procedure for informing the public about air quality using an air quality index, which determines the indicators of pollutants, also the air quality index assessment system, and the procedure for transmitting emission monitoring data in real time, approved by resolution number 11/18/1 in 2025. So, in Ukraine, unfavorable environmental conditions continue to be one of the main factors in the development of pathological disease in the population. So high levels of dust, gases, and aerosols in the air determine high levels of disease in the population, including respiratory ones. According to the Ministry of Health of Ukraine, risks to public health are increasing by simultaneous environmental pollution with a large number of pollutions from stationary and mobile pollution sources. This graph shows the dynamics of air emissions of main pollutants from stationary and mobile pollution sources for the reference period in Ukraine. According to the results of a comparative analysis of the main pollutants emitted, the main impact in ambient air is observed from stationary pollution sources. In Ukraine, at the national level, operational information on the annual concentration of particulate matter 2.5 in ambient air is based on orally data, and the annual indicator is used for strategic assessment and comparison with the international standards. It is a long-term indicator of air quality. The graph presents annual particulate matter 2.5 concentration data obtained from international open platforms. Consequences of the war in Ukraine have affected the structure of pollution sources, among which some large industrial sources and transport flows have decreased, and concentration can potentially increase near the front line or due to using of diesel generator in large cities. And the main sources of particulate matter 2.5 emission remain transport, energy, and domestic heating. In addition, starting from 2024, factor caused by Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine also have a significant impact, fires and destruction of infrastructure. Thus, despite the decrease in average values, air quality does not show a sustainable improvement, and short-term peak pollution remains high. Analysis of particulate matter 2.5 concentration shows an excess of 2-4 times compared to the recommended World Health Organization indicator. In order to approximate the requirements of European legislation in the sphere of environment and climate change, the government has approved the following regulatory legal acts. First of all, the National Plan for Reducing Emissions from Large Combustion Plants and the National Energy and Climate Plan for the period 2030. And this plan has been prepared in accordance with the European Union requirements, Regulation 1999 on the governments of the Energy Union and climate change mitigation. It is a strategic document aimed at harmonizing energy and climate policies to ensure sustainable development and economic recovery in Ukraine. So, the implementation of institutional measurements and administrative and technical regulatory mechanism at the national level allow to assess effectiveness of environmental policy on the air protection, and at the same time further efforts are needed to ensure the updating of the air quality monitoring network in accordance with the European Union requirements. Despite the implementation of a significant number of institutional measures and technical mechanisms, the level of air pollution in Ukraine remains at a very high level. And key message, particular matter 2.5 levels in Ukraine remain above World Health Organization guidelines, with recent improvements driven by reduced economic activity rather than sustained air quality policies. And my colleague Oksana will continue.
Thank you, Hannah. And let me continue with information about greenhouse gas emissions. So in Ukraine has already achieved a significant reduction in greenhouse gas emission, GNG, by approximately 60% compared to 1990. In 2022, there was a sharp decrease in emissions, which is associated with a reduction in industry and energy consumption as a result of the Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. It is important to emphasize that this decrease is not the result of a targeted climate policy, but rather a consequence of economic losses. In 2024, the government adopted the law of Ukraine, which set the strategical goal of achieving climate neutrality by 2050. The law defines the framework of state climate policy, provides for emission reductions, harmonize Ukrainian legislation with EU climate legislation. So the main goal of climate policy is decarbonization of the economy, integration into the European climate space, support for the green reconstruction of Ukraine in the war and post-war period. The main direction of the policy and strategy are a strategy for low carbon development of Ukraine by 2050. Nationally determined contribution to the Paris Agreement and energy strategy of Ukraine by 2050. The main sources of GHG emissions are generated in such sectors of economic activity as energy, transport, agriculture, construction and industrial process and waste. In accordance with the Paris Agreement, Ukraine annually forms a national greenhouse gas inventory and submit it to the Secretariat of the UNFCCC. The graph shows the dynamics of changes in GNG emissions for the reference period. So key message is from 2021, GHG emissions have decreased significantly, but mainly due to economic disruption rather than structural decarbonization. Water quality. Ukraine has partly aligned with the Water Framework Directive, VFD, and is actively implementing the basin principle of water resources management, which is in line with the EU directive. Key legislative and industrial and institutional changes. The government has adopted the State Water Monitoring Program for 2026, which provides for monitoring of water status using a single methodology at 553 points of surface water bodies and 587 points of underground water bodies. In 2026, Ukraine chairs the International Commission for the Protection of the Danube River, which unites the countries of the basin and coordinates cooperation in the field of water protection and monitoring. In this regard, the program provides for enhanced monitoring in the Danube region and the addition of new observation points in the Danube basin. A feature of the program is the resumption of diagnostic monitoring of groundwater in 2026, which was not previously carried out. In 2024-2025, the government approved 9 river basin management plans for 2025-2030 and adopted a program of measures for their implementation. The main goals of the policy are integrated water resource management, improving water quality in river basins, harmonizing water policy with EU directives. As the main direction of Ukraine's water resource policy are aimed at implementation of EU requirements of VFD, adoption of river basin management plans, expansion of monitoring systems. The table presents indicators of annual water withdrawal by sources and economic sectors, which are compiled according to the requirements of the VFD. The graph reflects the dynamics of water withdrawal volumes from surface and groundwater for the reference period. In Ukraine has been created a digital platform, Clean Water, which displays interactive maps of river pollution based on data from the State Water Agency. The map shows more than 400 rivers water monitoring points. The platform allows to view up to 16 parameters of pollution indicators and the dynamics of the pollution level over 5 years. The graph shows changes in the concentration of water pollutants. The map has flowers on it, and each petal of the flower indicates a certain parameters of water quality assessment. You can click on the petals and see the graph for the selected indicators. The blue color of the graph line means that the indicator is within the normal range, and the pink part describes how much the indicator exceeds the norm. The brighter the line, the greater the exceeds of pollution. There is an option to select a region from the list and get a list of enterprises that pollute rivers in a selected region according to the official data. Sorry. There is an option to select a region from the list and get a list of enterprises that pollute rivers in selected region according to the official data. Also, on the open data portal, data.gov.ua, you can obtain the clean information about the pollution of river in Ukraine. It should be noted that a significant part of water bodies in Ukraine does not achieve good ecological status. The main sources of pollutions are wastewater, agriculture runoff, industrial emission. Damage to infrastructure as a result of the Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine also has a significant impact. Key messages. Despite the introduction of significant institutional and technical measures within the implementation of the VFD, the overall dynamics of improving water resource remain limited. Final message. Ukraine has already formed a modern regulatory and institutional framework for environmental policy, but the key challenges remains effective implementation and ensuring sustainable results, especially in the context of post-war reconstruction. Further progress depends on the extent to which environmental priorities will be integrated into the post-war reconstruction progress. An important changes was the institutional reform of 2024. According to that, environmental policy was integrated into the Ministry of Economy, Environmental and Agriculture. This reform creates opportunities for more coherent recovery and development policy. That's all. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Anna, Hanna, and Oksana. Thank you for your presentation. I'd like also to really congratulate you for the achievements in the field of air quality monitoring and also for the adoption of the water management plans, which as I heard. Was a lot of work and coordination at the national level, and also I'd like to say that with regard to the key messages that we are planning actually to have. This year, also activities that are related to the elaboration of a country profile, and where we will again, work on this on these different indicators together. So now I would like to give to ask the colleagues if they have any questions or remarks to your presentation before we move to the next session.
Are there any comments in the room? Lobita.
Hi. First of all, thank you very much for the presentation. And I guess I can say on behalf of the OECD as a whole, I know that the work that you guys have done, especially under the circumstances, are very much admired and appreciated. The commitment that there is from the Ukrainian colleagues to keep on providing information. I know that you keep saying that it's still limited, that there's still a lot of work to do. It's true, but we need to put it into context as well. So heartfelt thanks for the commitment to the work. I suppose that it's extremely difficult, given the circumstances, to allocate the water and the air pollution, given the attacks that you're constantly are undergoing. Needless to say, the methodology that you are unifying definitely helps to make the case for later on when hopefully justice will be made and a case can be built for environmental crimes. So thank you once again for all your work, and we definitely keep an eye on and obviously keep on collaborating with you.
Thank you, Lupita.
Here, Matt, for your presentation, and especially that you see the power of the indicators on the one side, but also how important it is to have the interpretation on the other side. Because when you look at the greenhouse gas emission indicator you presented, you see this sharp drop. On what year? At that year.
Exactly.
Right. So thank you for that, and it's important because from the environmental perspective, it would be a good sign. But no, it is not, because it's with casualties compared, right? So important also here to have interpretation and send clear messages out of that. Thank you for that.
With that, I don't see any more comments from the room. Then we can maybe close session 4. Saba, do you want to say some final words for session 4?
No, I think I just said what actually I wanted to clarify, because this is let's say the first exercise under EU4 Green Recovery, and I hope that we will have other opportunities to work with the countries on these different topics, especially on really the interpretation of trends, and also on really concluding or summarizing it, or into insights, because this is actually what is very important, is the meaningful messages that we would like to give to the decision makers. And as Tobias said, we cannot oblige the decision maker to take into account but we can give them the information in a way that they understand where the problems are, and what should be done. So I wish all of you a nice meeting, as I'm leaving you now, and hope to see you face to face on other occasions. So thank you very much, and goodbye.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
And I think we have like 5 minutes to grab a quick coffee at the Grab and Go. I hope it's still possible to get a coffee there. So maybe you just quickly go and grab a coffee, or go to the bathroom. We'll be here back here in 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. So 4:30.
Key Messages, ich meine, hast du gesehen, ich habe das doch mit der Institutional Cooperation hinzugefügt.
Ich habe es alles einfach drauf
Hast du schon in den Slides über? Okay,
ja.
Okay, super.
Genau, und die beiden.
Okay, die kommen nachher. Okay,
Das kommt jetzt.
Und eins habe ich noch, das andere mit den Comparable Indicators, weil das haben wir auch diskutiert, dass wir quasi verschiedene Indikatoren, nicht nur National Level Indicators brauchen, aber eben auch vergleichbare.
Wir können ja gucken, ob es vorkommt oder nicht.
Ja.
You're audible, ladies.
Weil es ist auf jeden Fall wird Severin dazu was jetzt nicht viel sagen.
Ja, okay, dann passt ja. Ich war mir noch nicht mehr sicher.
Incident Trust ist, glaube ich, auch in 2 Punkten.
Okay, gut, dann passt.
Und Severin.
Okay, gut. Okay, passt. Was habe ich versäumt? War das jetzt okay? Oder?
You're audible, colleagues.
Ja. Das sieht aus schon.
Colleagues.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, especially dear colleagues online, contributors of this session. May I ask your attention? Uli is here, thank you. Can you give me a sign, Dexter, if you're online? Yes, perfect. And Tatiana has seen full screen. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I hope you have grabbed your coffee and we can focus on the last session. This is a special topic, which is, I mean, I'm not sure everybody's familiar with it. It's about foresight. In former days, also it was called Outlook. And the foresight is, I mean, Dexter hopefully will explain it more in detail. My part here is just to make the opener here. And I want to share what I've prepared. It's just 2 slides. That's not more of it. But, let's see how to do that. So, full screen. Do you see a sunset or a sunrise? We don't know. That should be the picture. Okay, thank you. Now there's something completely different, but not. It's another analysis, actually. I've asked the question here, and I want to get that answered by my dedicated colleagues, because they come from the foresight domain as well. What about foresight in state of environment reporting? Foresight as a systematic approach to look a little bit into the future, not to predict it, be clear, not to predict it. It's not a trend analysis in the future. It's more about the futures we want. And I want to invite my dedicated speaker, Dexter from the OECD. He's working in a strategic foresight unit to give his insights. After him, we will hear from our Swiss colleague, Severin. She's in the reporting unit, as I understood, of the Swiss Environment Agency, right? Then Tatiana from UNECE, which will be very short on her 30 slide pages in 5 minutes, hopefully. And Uli Lawrence, he's a practitioner coming from a specialized consulting company, Forstrat in Germany. And he is then giving us also insights on what can be done with these techniques. I guess especially one of them called horizon scanning. So again, foresight is a forward-looking analysis. It explores future scenarios, and it informs long-term decisions. And it is definitely not a precise prediction machinery. It does not do only simple trend extrapolation, as we have seen from some of the indicators. And it's not a speculation. It has sound scientific, it's grounded in science approaches. So happy to introduce and have on the stage Dexter. Can you please share?
Yeah.
10 minutes, go.
I hope that works out. Hi, everyone. I'm Dexter from the OECD Strategic Foresight Unit. I'm going to try to quickly touch on 4 things, a little bit background who we are, but the more important bits are some foundations and definitions of strategic foresight, some of the ways that we apply that through our OECD Strategic Foresight Toolkit for Resilient Public Policies, and then I want to leave you guys with a couple reflections at the end about how to think like a futurist, think like a foresight practitioner. So I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the OECD, but within the OECD, the Strategic Foresight Unit sits in the Secretary General's office. We try to support the building of long-term thinking and foresight capacity, which is often at the intersection of multiple policy issues. But we not only bring foresight to bear on major policy issues and debates, we also bring together the community of public sector foresight practitioners to sort of discuss and establish sort of best practices in strategic foresight. Now, this was touched on just now a little bit, but defining and thinking about strategic foresight for us, it's an approach to thinking systematically about the future to inform decision making in the present, making it more robust and resilient. It is not about forecasting or predicting a single future, but exploring a set of alternative plausible futures and thinking and revealing about the underlying assumptions that we hold and identifying where those might be vulnerable to disruptions. So some of the common terms that you'll often hear in foresight are weak signal. This is a sort of new and surprising development, an event or an invention that could be an indication of bigger things to come. And we want to ask questions about, well, what if this grew into something larger? Horizon scanning is the process of searching for these weak signals and emerging evidence of disruptive changes. Then on the other end of the sort of spectrum from weak signals are megatrends. And these are topics in which there's a significant amount of evidence that these things should be accounted for across the board in long-term planning. So a good example of this is population aging. In a lot of countries, we know the demographic trends that we are looking at. They are baked in over decades, and any good scenarios or exercise or long-term plan should figure out how to incorporate those things. And then what we want to throw in are things like disruptions. Those are shifts in a particular domain that could have wide-ranging consequences, but aren't necessarily guaranteed to happen. They're sudden or slowly growing shifts which have some uncertainty about them. And then a scenario is it's an alternative plausible story about the future. It usually incorporates a couple of disruptions interconnecting in a particular way to shape a future very different than the present, where we have to reflect on some of our assumptions quite differently. So why is it important to be doing foresight right now? Well, simply put, in moments of great uncertainty, which I think most people would agree we're in right now, responsible decision-making requires preparing for the unexpected. And there's an adage from the world of sports that I like to go to a lot when talking about this, that to fail to prepare is to prepare to fail. So what does foresight bring for public policy? This kind of exploration is a good way of identifying new opportunities, challenges, and potentially different outside-the-box solutions. It's a useful tool for sort of stress testing and future-proofing our strategies, our approaches, and our specific policies. It's a way of carefully challenging the status quo and the orthodoxy within our organizations to make sure that they're prepared to deal with change. And it's I think, very importantly, within the culture of an organization, a way of cultivating humility and creativity. In terms of effective foresight within institutions, there are at least 4 keys that we always like to touch on. It's having a diversity of people, providing different perspectives on different domains, different age groups, different nationalities, different disciplinary backgrounds, piecing their worlds together. It requires a certain amount of independence so that you can have independent and creative thinking that provides a challenge function to the potential risks of groupthink and continuity within an organization. It does, to be effective, require high-level champions that are willing to provide the sort of top cover and support to protect that independent thinking, the free thought, the exploration. And then, almost awkwardly sitting with independence is the idea that this needs to be embedded within core functions, weaved into important decisions and processes. So it's not just a nice to have or a fun exercise, but something that is deliberately meant to make the policy reflection process more creative, more open, and more open-minded, I suppose. I want to quickly touch on our strategic foresight toolkit for resilient public policy as the OECD. So this is something that we built having recognized that there are a few small foresight teams around the world, but they tend not to have the capacity to do a big, deep, research-informed foresight process or have the institutional buy-in to design a larger and more extensive foresight process. So
5 minutes to go.
Yep. We put together something here that is both an out-of-the-box process as well as a collection of 25 disruptions about the future, spanning from areas like the environment and green technology to economic, technological, social, and geopolitical disruptions. And so each of these is a briefing on a potential change that we could see in the coming years and decades within a particular domain. And then what we built was a 5-step process and out-of-the-box foresight process for people to apply this to their policy strategies, to use it as a stress testing tool. And so we begin by exploring individual disruptions, usually a couple of them. Then we go to a second step where we start exploring multiple disruptions connected together. And then we go through the process of co-creating a set of scenarios that challenge a fundamental assumption about our operating environment. And then we move to making that actionable by talking about how to build scenario-specific strategies. So if you knew this scenario was coming, what actions would you be taking in the present to be most ready for it? And then what we want to do is we want to build strategies that work across all those scenarios. So we look at the different scenario-specific strategies and say, are there things that we're doing in all of these that we should just guaranteed should be doing right now? And then are there areas where we need contingency plans or to be making bets or monitoring to know which of the strategies is the best to put in place? And then just to make it easy for everyone, we put together some facilitation guides at the end of this to make it easy either to run that whole process or to run small pieces of it and integrate those within the work that you're doing to sample and integrate small or larger amounts of foresight. And now I want to leave everyone with a couple of tips and tricks on thinking like a futurist. So there's a wonderful quote from F. Scott Fitzgerald about how the test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposing ideas in the mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function. And so the purpose of foresight is often to hold incompatible potential future scenarios and get good at understanding how you would act if the world was different in very different ways. And being able to say, all right, how are we preparing across these different worlds? And how do we create the circumstances where we're comfortable with that? The second good tip for thinking like a futurist is that time is a tool for us. We're not forecasting always to 2030 or 2035, but we're varying the timelines based on the topic, the audience, and the circumstances we're dealing with. Again, there's a famous quote here that there are decades where nothing happens and there are weeks where decades happen. I think this is a piece of wisdom that becomes relevant to doing futures work. Sometimes it's best to set scenarios way in the future. That creates healthy distance in a bureaucracy so you can talk about larger amounts of change. Sometimes it's best to deal with shorter timelines because the issues are very fast moving and you're in crisis management mode. So it doesn't make sense to think about 20 years when everyone is dealing with 6 months of tremendous uncertainty. And there are some topics where we're deliberately ambiguous. And so sometimes on AI, because there's such a debate on timelines, if we talk about next generation and transformational AI, for instance, lots of experts with different views on timelines can have constructive conversations about what capabilities each of those stages would look like, even if some believe they could happen in months and some believe they could happen in decades. In terms of data and grounding our work, there are lots of audiences that like a huge amount of graphs and quantification, and there are some audiences that like narratives and stories. There are, the more transformational stories and scenarios, the harder they are to quantify. But for some audiences, it is less plausible if it doesn't have data backing it up. And this is just a matter of thinking of effective storytelling as realizing whatever it will take to broaden your audience's perspective on the future. And that's really getting into this final point here, which is our role as futures practitioners within organizations is to be a catalyst for changing minds and opening people's thinking up. Our work doesn't exist in isolation. It is inherently collaborative. This collaborative work requires building trusting relationships, creating circumstances where people can feel psychologically safe to challenge their own thinking. And you can't force people to change their minds, but you can co-create experiences where people can learn to think differently. That's all I have to say today. Thank you so much. And I look forward to hearing from the other presenters.
Thank you, Dexter, so much for setting the scene. Thank you very much for strategic foresight. Taking notes like a stressing tool, thinking the unthinkable. Thanks very much. I would like to, with much further ado, to give the floor to my dear colleague Severine. And we will maybe, Dexter, if you have the time to stay with us, I don't know, we can collect questions and put that at the end if we have time. Yes, thank you very much. So Severine, maybe you introduce yourself and give some insights of what in Switzerland you do with foresight. That would be very interesting.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Séverine Eveco. I work at the Swiss Federal Office for the Environment in Bern. My colleagues Brigitte Reiters and Alexis Cours are also here today. Let me start with a simple question. How do you produce a robust, evidence-based environmental report when the political context is polarized, facts are contested, and the tools you work with are rapidly changing? That is exactly the situation we are navigating. And today I want to share not a finished answer, but how we are trying to move forward. Concretely, I will show you how we integrate foresight elements into our report and how we try to adopt a foresight mindset as a daily practice, even without a formal foresight process. Our report is published every 4 years and goes from the Federal Council, it means the Swiss government, to the Parliament. To analyze our 3K system, food, mobility, and housing, we use the multi-level perspective developed by Frank Giles, which looks at how change happens across macro trends, established regimes, and niche innovation. This leads us to a solution-oriented approach. We still name the problems and present the indicators, but we organize our analysis around level of change and transition pathways. The context in which we produce this report has become less stable. Shifting political priorities, budget pressure, new contaminants like PFAS arriving faster than regulation, geopolitical instability, growing polarization, and distrust in institutions, and on the top of all of this, AI arriving faster than governance frameworks can respond. And all of this means we rely more than ever on solid analytical frameworks to navigate. Despite this volatile context, Switzerland has made real progress. Direct democracy and the search for consensus have produced concrete legislative advances. The circular economy anchored in the Environmental Protection Act, climate targets in the Climate and Innovation Act, and the renewable energy transition in law. The long-term strategies on climate, soil, biodiversity, and food give us a stable horizon to work with, extending well beyond our 4 years reporting cycle toward 2030 and 2050. The structure to structure our analysis, we combine two frameworks. The multi-level perspective gave us the transition lens, understanding how change moves from niche innovations through established regimes towards macro trends. DPSER gave us the analytical structure you all know well. For the foresight aspects, we drew on our collaboration with AONET and on EEA, publication, global megatrends, drivers of change, and horizon scanning. This is how we benefit from working together with the European Environment Agency. This slide shows how our analysis integrates into the report. For each system, we mapped key questions, environmental impact, leverage point, and concrete measures. The content was not invented by our team. It reflects what thematic specialists across federal offices have published and validated. And like the full report, it goes through Switzerland's formal consultation process. Every federal office concerned reviews and comment on it. What you see here is therefore both an analytical framework and a political document. Let me give you a concrete example. Switzerland aimed to reduce the food system greenhouse gas footprint by 2/3 by 2050. The cantons of Fribourg and Obwald now offer financial incentive to farmers who grow protein crops like lupine that you see here, soy and chickpeas directly for human consumption. This is still marginal, but it feeds the long-term trajectory, and our role is to give it visibility because we don't know which niche will scale up, but some of them will. Open any newspaper and in any language, and you will find AI. It is reshaping agriculture, labor market, entire industries. For us at the Federal Office of Environment, this is not an abstract question. It arrives directly in how we collect data, analyze systems, and produce our report. The question is no longer whether AI will change our work. It already is. The question is now is how we navigate that responsibly. And faced with this disruption, we made a choice not to wait for all the answers, but to integrate a foresight mindset into our daily work. For our next report, 2030, we are asking ourselves, what if we added an EA lens to our system analysis? We have identified level and transition pathway for food, housing, and mobility, but the landscape is shifting fast. Which of these levels will still hold in 2030? This is the question we are sitting with, and it leads directly to 3 more concrete ones. Can we orchestrate AI tools to make our reporting processes more efficient and timely? Can AI help us to create more resilient assessments by integrating heterogeneous data, satellite, sensors, statistics, in ways that were not possible before? And can we use AI as a sparring partner to generate scenarios quickly in support of policy decisions? We don't have all the answers yet, but we think these are the right questions. And we suspect many of you are asking the same ones. To begin exploring this question, we launched an internal project using the same multi-level perspective framework. At the landscape level, we examined the environmental impacts of AI itself. At the regime level, we look at how AI affects our standardized methodologies and indicators. And on the niche level, we are running a concrete pilot on your own reporting process. All of these are project ideas from different teams across our office. They are new for everyone. They are in an experimentation phase. Some will work, some may not. But together, they reflect exactly what a foresight mindset looks like in practice. November 2025, together with the Environment Observers and Council, we organized a conference bringing together environmental experts, AI specialists, communicators, and policymakers. What we took away is this: AI offers real opportunities, but its deployment requires clear governance and a constant focus on the common good. The fundamental question is never how do we use AI, but is AI the right tool for this task? Let me close with what we think is the most important point. Our work is fundamentally relational. Over 4 years, more than 100 people contribute their perspective through meetings, negotiation, and shared decisions. Environmental reporting is not just a technical exercise. Is it a process of building shared understanding between scientists, policymakers, and institutions? The Aarhus Convention reminds us that environmental governance is built on trust. AI will change many things in how we work, but it cannot replace this. Our question is therefore not how we replace the process with AI, but how we use AI to make the process stronger. We don't have all the answer, but being here today together, that is already a step forward. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Severin. Thank you very much for giving insights in how you work in Switzerland with your approach of the multi-level perspective landscape, and especially DPSIR, which we are all familiar with. So maybe you can offer in the future some training on that, especially when you use AI for making that even better. So thank you very much for that insights. Thank you very much also for the timekeeping. It gives Tatiana a little bit more time. So without further ado, I want to hand over to my dear colleague Tatiana from UNECE, and you can take the floor.
Anna, you're muted.
Yes, hello, colleagues. Do you see my presentation?
Yes.
Is it in the presenter mode or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So yes, I will be brief, and thanks a lot to the colleagues for setting the premise actually for this presentation, because we spoke about the theory of the subject and the current applications, as well as example of using it in Switzerland for specific topics. What UNIDO is offering as an industrial development organization of UN family with focus on innovation, industry, and infrastructure is actually to apply foresight in the domain of circular economy. I will explain briefly why circular economy. We know that the triple planetary crisis now is faced by all the stakeholders, and we are not only using biodiversity, we are speaking about climate change and pollution, which are inevitably connected, the losses in which are connected to the unsustainable use of resources, and we consider at UNIDO that that can be mitigated by having circular economy introduced. The value chain and linear application which we are used to is the matter of the past. We are now making circular decisions at every stage of those linear production and use processes, and we are trying to return products, their parts and materials which are in use several times into the productive usage by designing products to last, to maintain products and their values as well as values of their parts as long as possible in the economy. And we are also minimizing generation of waste and production and pollution through the approach which ensures that life cycle of products is considered. We are also looking at renewable energy along the value chain to see that it's exactly possible to have it minimized as a resource. So we have some enablers for that, and we have, of course, some actors which are dealing with that matter. For every actor, we are looking at some benefits, be that economic, be that environmental benefits or social benefits for consumers, businesses, governments. All of those have benefits for making circular economy steps more of their nature and a natural solution. So the systems in which circular economy operates assume interaction with all those actors and interoperation between different systems associated with circular economy in terms of social, economical, and technical interlinkages. So here is a graph which is difficult to explain, but it shows the complexity. And here we are trying to make sense for circular economy application using foresight. That's what we've done in Ukraine in 2024-25. There was a study, exploratory foresight for circular economy, to see what are the key product value chains and how future can be developed into the circular economy direction in those. We were looking at diverse options and pathways. We were translating the findings into decision-making points, and we included governments, businesses, civil society, and media into working with us. The key stages here are not exclusive for foresight, and thank you for the OECD colleague to mention that there are different steps for policy making. So we were using scoping to see where we are. We were using scenario planning, and we looked at visions, how to achieve the most preferable, although not the only scenario we can see in the future. And of course, the pathways resulting from a discussion on how to reach those desirable future were the ones which were developed. So there were many interactions through different means and tools, and we had a lot of stakeholders engaged in our activities. Where we came with the results was economy-wide scenarios, identification of key product value chains, and some visions for making those chains circular. I'm making my presentation fast, but you will see the slides and you will be able to look at the concrete steps in more detail. I just want to tackle upon the key elements of our foresight for circular economy. So scenarios, again, we looked at drivers and looked at options, and we identified a preferred vision statement for circular economy in Ukraine, which is fully integrating the circular economy decisions. There should be enablers which allow us to make those enablers prioritized. And one of those, for example, was EPR. I've heard that already mentioned at today's meeting, and industrial symbiosis being mentioned among the priority enablers. We had key product value chains from key sectors like constructions, food products, and electronics selected to look at for our scenarios. And some of those, I mean, all those key product value chains received those kind of discussion opportunities where we looked at how to make circular decisions at every stage of linear production and consumption, as well as how to make the next steps or roadmaps for the construction center transition into circular model possible. And of course, we developed for all those who were engaged in that process concrete recommendations for short, midterm, and long-term transition at different stages, with concrete publications guiding the process and making some legacy available for the countries who would like to follow that example. So what's next? EU4 Green Recovery East, we are using exactly this methodology as a part of component 1 on circular economy to have circular economy foresight, technology foresight developed for Armenia and Moldova. And there we are going to look at policy formulation, support for innovation to ensure that development is indeed sustainable, exactly using the opportunity of regional platform of EU4 Green Recovery East for cooperation and risk reduction in transition to circular economy. I will be happy to answer your questions and materials, to provide materials which we produced as a part of that exercise. Thank you very much.
Tatiana, thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving us some insights on what UNECE is doing specifically on technology foresight, in this case, in the domain of circular economy. As you mentioned, participation is one of the key also. I want to take the opportunity now to ask the audience here and online if you have some questions to what you've heard so far. It will be your chance now to speak up and take the floor. I invite you to do so. Because then we want to go into some even more participation, maybe by getting insights from Germany. Please, Gayani, please speak up. You want to come here? Closer to the speaker? I don't know. Do you hear? No.
Thank you. Thank you for presentation. And my question related to, we have traditional indicator-based reporting, indicator-based assessment, and foresight scenarios. How do you connect, integrate both approaches for your assessment? And for example, do you have different trends? If you have different trends, for example, for traditional assessment and for a scenario, how do you connect these two approaches?
The question goes to Tatiana or to Swiss colleagues?
I don't know who can answer because I am listening.
We can find out.
Because I listening this all presentation, and the question comes how they integrate all these traditional approaches to.
So I understood the question is the work you do in your agencies ending up with the indicators, how that can be then used and transformed into foresight relevant activities,
yes, right?
So maybe we ask our Swiss colleague, could you please have a say on that, but also maybe Dexter has a side on that.
Thank you for your question. As I explained at the beginning of my presentation, we have a problem-based report and then a solution oriented report. It means that we have indicators and we mention what goes well, what not well. But then with the perspective, with the foresight, we use the foresight to take example and to go in direction solution. So it's like we try to make one report that in fact we can consider that is like two parts. So one with the indicators and what is well, was what not. And then with the foresight and when we take the trends, the tendencies, we can use our targets and then connect this with solution. So we are trying to make a storytelling, can we say like that? We also use the policy, public policies to explain in which point we are now, what changed those years in the policy, in the laws, and we explain also that, and all together we try to make a view to the state of environment. But the foresight is used to ask ourselves which example, which weak signal are here, and that we can easily explain, and that it speak to the people.
You mostly rely on data or do expert judgment?
Both. Both, exactly. So we have data, we have indicators, but then we speak with the experts and we ask them because we can't say everything in the report. We have to make choice. So what I said at the end of the presentation is a process. We had to make a choice to say, okay, that's important, that's not.
I think Uli. Yeah. I see Uli's hand raised to that issue. Please,
yes,
take the floor.
Thank you for opening the floor. Because this will not be part of my presentation that follows, I might give also a little answer. And classically or typically, there are scenarios coupled with simulations, and then the approach is called story and simulation. And this is typically found in the IPCC SRES scenarios, for instance, where you have consistent storylines that you can then build on indicators, and they are then connected to integrated assessment models, which then can, let's say, do coordinated simulations and specifically for the different regions. This is one thing. And another thing where we coupled qualitative and quantitative information is if you have timelines, very often the big challenge is to assure consistency of the drivers. And you could do this with the systems analysis in the beginning, but you could also do this with a consistency check in a scenario setting. That means the drivers that you're putting together. So, for instance, high GDP with high oil prices and low demographics, it might be full of tension. And this is something that you can discuss, the different, let's say, timelines that you can use to drive simulations or then to make outlooks. So it works. There's a workaround to couple qualitative and quantitative assessments in this way. So making best use of the approaches, mainly to assure consistency.
I have another hand raised. Dexter, please take the floor.
Yeah, just quickly to the follow-up question, do we rely on data or expert knowledge? The answer should almost always be both. And then I think the other key here is the diversity of those things. I think the value of a foresight process is not working in silos, but connecting dots across different domains. So different data sources. And it's not always very obvious or straightforward. There's not always a right answer to how do you connect different data from different domains. And so that makes it a sort of a slightly more subjective process. And that work is there. You're putting different data sources, different expert perspectives into conversation with each other and asking how they could interact in the future. But you should be using probably as wide a variety of data source as you can. And the balance between them is often about what kind of inputs does the audience you're working with feel most comfortable with, so that you can broaden out the horizon of what they're talking about, either with a longer term future or a more multidisciplinary approach.
Thank you, Dexter. Yeah, I have another hand raised in the room here. Sylvia, can you have the question in English? No, you need translation. Okay, so please come. Yeah. Okay.
Nein, aber da glaube ich, kann sie einfach nicht.
Okay.
Problem. У меня вопрос к Татьяне. Те сценарии, которые вы нам представили, как мы можем принять, какое решение можно принять в зависимости, если один или другой сценарий, стоимость одного или другого сценария. Иногда результат, который мы хотим добиться, стоит очень дорого. В таких моментах какое решение лучше принять? Потому что сценарий очень хороший, и результаты очень хорошие, но стоимость внедрения таких политик очень дорого. И у меня еще один вопрос по прогнозированию Декстеру. Иногда моделирование и те переменные вы внедряете в модель, очень много сценариев. Как вы решаете, какой сценарий вы представляете дальше для имплементирования? Спасибо.
Should I answer first, or yeah? I just
Yeah,
maybe
please go ahead.
wait until Silvia is reaching the place to get the translation. Yes, thank you for question. And speaking about the costs, the scenario planning is not about choosing one scenario which is less expensive. We are not speaking about the costs. We are speaking about the probabilities and factors which would lead us in a combination of, depending on the drivers we are selecting for those scenarios, to that scenario. So scenarios are multiple and not necessarily 4, as we had on my slide. And the pathway or roadmap which is developed based on the selected scenario is showing the steps to have that scenario materializing. But colleagues already mentioned that, and I would repeat that process of foresight is a very important element, sometimes even maybe more important than the actual final report, because it allows all the stakeholders, all those multiple stakeholders which are coming together around the table to present their views and find some maybe compromises, but rather solutions which they can realize together. So when you have this dialogue and scenarios and consequently the reports and associated roadmaps are using the language and decisions which are discussed during those scenario workshops or vision workshops, then the stakeholders are becoming more engaged and they feel ownership, which is coming with the resulting scenario or the resulting pathway. So the funding is becoming more of a matter of discussion, especially if the scenario which is coming as a result is supported by those stakeholders. That is why all the stakeholders, not only the technical and media or business stakeholders, but also the stakeholders which have the money if you want, which have those budgets, are brought around the table for that discussion. So what is necessary to implement and what is possible is discussed when those scenarios are created. And the roadmaps which are developed, they have those elements of short, mid, and long term exactly for that reason. So what is possible to do today for different stakeholders, and what is possible to move into the future as with regards to reaching out to that scenario. So maybe colleagues would add about the costing, but I think that's not the first or even not the question we are asked for when we are developing those scenarios and doing the foresight. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana. Yeah, it's also then, of course, an ownership of the scenarios. That's really an important issue. Are there any further questions? I can take one more if you wish. Is there online any other interventions? If that is not the case, I would like to hand over and give the floor to Uli. And I think here we were hear from him on one of a specific foresight technique. There are many out there, but this is, I think, one, and it's horizon scanning, right, Uli? Are you focusing on this? Yes? So then I'll let you take over. Thank you very much.
Yes, I just realized that I have a little bit struggled sharing my screen.
Caroline can assist you if you wish.
Yes. Otherwise, so let me just check. Ah, perfect. So I take yours. I have not changed.
25 minutes at the maximum. Go.
No worries. Okay. We are doing tool-based horizon scanning. Please, next slide. Before I go there, just a quick introduction, because maybe that's the reason, but this could be important because I'm bringing together quite different aspects to the floor. So first, I had been in the science policy interface since 2000, starting in the parliamentary area. I had been 19 years in the German Environment Agency, where I got to know Florian, by the way, and where we also worked together, and where we had been together in the expert group on foresight. And and in addition, I had the pleasure to work on sustainability indicators and did quite a lot of strategic foresight. So I'm somehow bringing together the different strands of experiences. I had an intermediate step in Peru, but this is not that important for that moment. Since 21, I left the agency voluntarily and founded my own independent research company and consultancy, and I'm also associated with Forstrat. And with Forstrat, I'm in the European Topic Center for Sustainability Transitions, and this is an European Environment Agency framework project. And so I'm giving you the presentation in the name of Forstrat. So I'm wearing this hat today. Next, please. Okay, Forstrat is a consultancy company that is providing foresight services, mainly centered around the so-called Foresight Strategy Cockpit, FSC. The company is located in Berlin and is providing services mostly for governance, which means they are supporting the defense ministry, for instance, in Austria, also in Germany. So they are doing really strategic, foresight infrastructure, if you want to put it that way. Okay, next, please. But now let's focus on horizon scanning. Horizon scanning. We already had the definition what horizon scanning is. Next, please. So before we go into that, and this framework that I'm showing you here is about uncertainties, and maybe this helps also resolving some of the questions. So I did not raise this before, but this might also resolve some of the questions. So there is an operationalization, so to say, from Walker, about uncertainties. And so we distinguish 4 different levels. The first is clear and enough future. And this is rather a single predictable future within a known system, which means more or less we know what's going to happen. And there are little parameter variations. And so this works well, for instance, the weather forecast, and you might know also econometric models. Good econometric models, well parameterized, they are really strong in, let's say, 5 years perspective. That's pretty straightforward, unless there are surprises disturbing or disruptions disturbing the system. So we have heard from Dexter the term disruptions, and you've heard this several times. So if there's one thing that is sure, that we can't be sure. So this is another famous citation. So the level 1 is supposed to work, but very often we have surprises. Then the level 2 of uncertainties is more dealing with alternative futures. And this is what we had also heard today. And there we have multiple discrete futures of states, but they are still, let's say, in the food system or in the mobility system or integrated systems. And we still can say, okay, they are more or less, it could be like this or it could be like that. And then you are also talking about probabilities. This is what we heard before. So this is often scenario planning with likelihoods or probabilities. However, it goes beyond that. Level 3 is multiple plausible futures, and there the so-called deep uncertainty begins. That means it could be a range of different futures, and it could be, and we can't really say that this future or that future is more probable than the other. There are some evidence, there might be some signals, remember the word signals, that one or the other future could be, let's say, on the pathway, but it's way more uncertain what's happening there. And here we are starting to do so-called robust decision making. And that means that, okay, we can't say which future will come, but we know that the future will be different than today, and we have opened a funnel of different possibilities. And then we should base our today's decisions in this uncertainty. That means we are trying to make robust decisions, which means what is low-hanging or the least viable that I need to do, no matter how the environment changes or the scenario changes. So that's already level 3. And level 4 is the really true unknown unknowns. So we know, or we might be aware that there could be something, but we have no idea what's happening there. And that means we know there are things we don't know. And these are the typical black swans, or maybe it goes into wicked problems about the complexity that we can see. So there might be emerging issues, there might be tipping points. We know about tipping points, but we have no idea when and in which strength this will appear. For instance, the AMOC, the transatlantic current in the ocean. We know that if climate change continues, or the global warming continues, this will cease. There are some signals for that, but we don't know when exactly and what will be the full implications. But we know that this is going to happen, and so there we can check, okay, which bandwidth of possible developments could be there. Now, when we are doing horizon scanning, we are moving, or we are in level 3 and level 4. So we are really trying in this foresight domain to search for weak signals, or for those little signals that we haven't seen so far and that could give us evidence to certain developments. So when you are, for instance, the scenarios that we heard before from UNEDO, they are located in level 2. So which is very legitimate and very necessary and very, very open practicized. So that's really good practice, and especially on the level of governance, very important to do that. However, I just want to mention that there are really different, a bandwidth of different approaches, and different methods come into different, let's say, arenas or different grades of uncertainty. So please, next. So this is a different kind of visualization and also trying to bring together the different puzzle pieces. So we already heard about the megatrends and from the Swiss presentation and also about trends. And then we have something like emerging issues and weak signals. Weak signals and emerging issues are more local and more, let's say, more younger. They are not that well established, and there are only little evidence, or there's only little evidence that this could happen. And there are many definitions, and I don't want to enter this definitions arena. However, I wanted to say that, for instance, emerging issue is always actor related. That means I can define new signals, but if you, for instance, if you are in a research innovation lab dealing with artificial intelligence and brain interfaces, then something that you recently discovered is not new for you because you discovered it. But if you take the same weak signal and give it to somebody else, it's completely new. He did not know that this existed before, and it's getting a little bit more like a complex picture. Then we are talking about emerging issue. That means one thing can be known to a certain domain, and it becomes an emerging issue for another organization or another context if that context did not know this before. This is slightly important because sometimes people say when they read an emerging issue report, I knew this before. Fair enough. However, it really depends on the actor. So I remember that, for instance, when we started with the socio-economic scenarios works in the agency, we were not fully aware about the demographics, for instance. In the meantime, they are. Everybody knows and talks about that. And when you talked about the specialists and the demographics, for them it was completely known. And for the environmental domain, this was new to talk about that. So aging society has been an emerging issue. In the meantime, I would say it's more than a stable trend and even a mega trend. So it's known. Next, please. So when we are doing horizon scanning, then we had following certain steps. First, like always in research, you need to define what do we want to know. We've heard this, could be circular economy, could be food system, could be whatever topic you're interested in, or could be a general scan about environmental topics. Then next step is to do a sort of scanning, which means you are reading in the internet, the newspapers, blog articles, social media, and you're identifying interesting notes. Interesting notes is something that, this is something new for me. And here in horizon scanning, again, like in other foresight techniques, you always have to integrate different knowledge, different expertise, and a group of experts. So in the Environment Agency in Europe, we do the horizon scanning also together with the already mentioned IONET network. So that means 27 countries, 27 experts from the countries also contribute and give their, that's new to me. And then you have all those information points that you need to put together to signals. And then a third step is you need to discuss how does this make sense? And then you are creating a so-called emerging issue and can put this to a report. I will show you how this works. Let's see how far we get. Next slide, please. So terminology, once more, information is the source of information and it can be found in the internet. The weak signal is then interpreted and clustered information bits. So same signals around one topic, for instance, emerging issue. It's a typical result of the horizon scanning, at least as we do it for the European Environment Agency. And this is also integrated a little more with more narratives after a sense-making workshop. The actor is clear and the context is clear and the interpretation is clear. Next, please. So when you are doing horizon scanning with a tool-based horizon scanning, we have to bring together let's say, the two foresight worlds. And this is how we call it. So on the one hand, the data-driven analytics and insights. On the other hand, people and sense making. So the data alone or the data points alone do not make sense. You need to do, let's say, some workshop discussions, exchanges. And this, by the way, is the reason why AI can only support but not replace a process. Let's go to the next. All right, now this is how to scan. Now I'm showing you a screenshot of the foresight strategy cockpit, and I'm showing an example of the ETC 24 horizon scanning. And so it is basically a tool that's running in the server or that's running in the internet, and you need an account, and then you are there. And it's not straightforward. So this is designed and then adapted to our needs. So we have different projects. Every project looks differently. So we can define the project. On the left side, we have to define the different methodologies that we would like to have, or what we would like to apply. Next, please. And so if you look a little bit further in, it looks like this. Here we have the so-called library, which are the different information points that I told you. This can be, so this is your information. This can be a newspaper article, a science paper, a blog article, whatever you can find in the internet. And you just say, aha, this is interesting. You capture it and it appears here. You can see here we had like 1,446 results for this study. And this needs to be further processed. Next, please. So when you start processing, we identified or pre-aggregated those weak signals. That means different information points that point towards a certain, let's say, weak signal. They merge into a weak signal. In this case, we call the weak signal new advances of nanotechnology. And you can see here also that you need to sort of search scan, the radar scan. And we scanned here across all the different domains. You might know the STEEP. Yes, I'm hurrying up. How much time do I have actually? Florian? Can't hear you.
And I think 10 minutes is okay.
Oh, that's totally fine. So no worries. So new advances in nanotechnology. Please, next slide. So if you look into the details, then we have this weak signal, and we can allocate a nice picture, and you can have this little description with tags. You can say which STEEP scheme this belongs to. You can see some information, who scanned this signal, and you can also connect this with other signals. So I don't want to go into the details, just to show you a little bit how is this done operationally when you're sitting in front of the computer. Next slide, please. So once you have all those weak signals, I'm showing you two screenshots. So this left hand, you can see the big mural board that we had, where we had all those weak signals that are shown below. So these are the big table at the bottom line. So the task was that people could grab one or two or three of those weak signals into this blue area. This was the so-called brainstorming area, where people could bring together all the different signals that they found interesting and make sense out of them. So in this case, you can see my area. So this is fully data compliant. And I found signals like aging society and different signals around that. The other was around microplastics and chemicals, anticipative losses. So I said, for instance, the aging society and the risk of in AI and the risk of losing workforce and competencies. And so there was a cluster forming around this signal. Next, please. So this was brought up then to a broader discussion, so the cluster 1 in this case, and people were together in the position to vote and to add to this. So the role of society was, and in the aging society, and there was also risk aversion in society, and technology enhances discrimination. So all this created something around aging society and disbalances of digitalization in society. And this little card with all the information in the background is then translated into this report. And in this case, in the emerging issue number 11, Europe's dual challenge, demographic shifts and their effects on future of work. So here you can really see the same weak signals that were integrated into such a reporting. So if you are doing a horizon scanning that way, the idea really is not to predict anything or to forecast anything, but to stimulate exchange about possible features and possible elements that could happen. This is not scenarios, it is not fully described futures, but these are, okay, there is something happening. Are we aware about that? So very often after horizon scanning process, you do assessments like what could be the environmental impact, what could be done to minimize potential impact, what are the chances, what are the risks around that. So very often, and this is for instance something that JRC is doing, and also OECD, Dexter has suggested that you can then take the signals that you processed and translate them into impacts and then create risk analysis around that. Okay, next slide, please. Now, I prepared a little interaction with the Slido, and let's see if it works because I can't share my screen, which is a little bit disfortunate, but I opened the Slido. So if you from UNECE could also open the browser and show the result, this should work. Then I would allocate 2 or 3 minutes for this. If it works. If it does not, then we continue and I will have a little less interaction. Okay, I can see on my screen that there are quite many people voting, which is great. It works. You know this. Excellent. Do you manage to share the poll on the browser on your computer in presentation mode?
Yeah, we can try to share. Just a second.
The problem is my computer is saying for security reasons, I recently installed, for this meeting, I installed Zoom, and it now says for security reasons, Zoom cannot access my screen to share. So my computer knows why, I guess. Thank you for your flexibility.
You're welcome.
Okay, you can't see the result, actually. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. You have 3 options. Send. Now you can see. Okay. We can leave it like this because I have now 3 or 4 questions which I would like to ask you, and we can have a little reflection. Very, very likely that is just for us because it might be difficult to really discuss. But why did you vote for which signal? So why did you choose microplastics? Why did you choose biodiversity? And why did you choose spread of invasive species as emerging issues? Now, there might be different reasons. One could be you have certain assumptions about the topics. It might be that you've heard about this before, or it might be that you have not heard about this before. And this is the interesting part now. So everybody is confronted with conscious or subconsciously with certain assumptions about the future. And so maybe it is like that the microplastics in the air is a topic for environmental monitoring. And therefore, I have to admit that I choose those 5 signals. And I thought, maybe if I'm sitting in a monitoring or environmental monitoring community, this might be of interest, those 5 signals. And so, and it's interesting to see that the 3 most, let's say, relevant for monitoring signals are chosen as the preference one. So do you see chances or do you see risk, and do you know about the topics? And I would like to mention cognitive biases in this context. So you've heard about those things and you can see and you detect those things early. And this is a strong argument for why you always need to include different experts and multiple expertises in a room when you're trying to assess the potential impacts. Can we go back to the presentation? I'm done in 3 minutes. And the next, so these have been the questions. Now I'm already in my let's say last slide. So then we have room for questions. So horizon scanning is a process to identify weak signals and emerging issues. And we are talking about the level 4 uncertainty. So don't get confused with scenarios or other, let's say, approaches. Horizon scanning is searching for that. I personally, in my context, distinguish horizon scanning from environmental scanning. There is sometimes confusion around that. Environmental scanning for me is searching for trends and information relevant for a topic in function for a scenarios, for instance. Horizon scanning, in my terminology, is really searching for the weak signals and those new things. And horizon scanning is a creative and discursive process, so it cannot be done with AI alone. And people need to talk to each other and people need to discuss. And the foresight strategy cockpit is a tool that can help you to collect, to tag, to classify, to organize, and to cluster the information. So this is a facilitator and let's say a database. Theoretically, and this is how we started, you can do this with a web capture program. I think it was the Portuguese colleagues did it with a brain, it was called. Then we used Perl trees, and so you can even do a system in Notion or whatever. It must not be some, let's say, high level cockpit, but of course, if you have it, it has certain advantages. And still, the relevance and the usefulness of the horizon scanning depends always on dialogue and exchange. So doing a scanning just for the report is no use. AI can support, but not replace the process of thinking. And this is true for all stages of a foresight process. And I think that has been my summary so far. And I'm slightly behind time, but still I think we can have some question.
Yeah, we can. Thank you, Oliver, very much. We can take 1 or 2 questions if they're urgent, pressing, and short. Is anyone in the audience that would like to ask a question? Alexis? Yeah, Alexis. Yeah, please come on here.
I hope I switched correctly on the translation to English, right? So this should then come to my ear. Or
you can speak French, English, German.
I'll be speaking in English.
Oh, thank you so much.
So my question is, the exercise that you're doing there with foresight and horizon scanning is very time dependent. And I was wondering whether you are sometimes going back to previous years' exercises, or whether the last one is always the most relevant exercise that you've made.
Good question, really. Normally, a weak signal or emerging issue has two potential careers. One is the trend, or it becomes a trend. That means it stabilizes, it stays longer, more people know about it, and it matures, or it ceases. Both is possible. So maybe it's dropped into irrelevance. What we sometimes had that within a certain topic, there might be shifts or little changes inside the signal. So we took from one year to another, we took the signals, yes, we took them and actualized them. That's okay. Some we dropped, and mostly this is a fresh process. So I checked the cockpit. We did that there from 22, 23, 24, 25. And those signals from 22 are not that interesting anymore. They are not that new. As said, some are more mature, others are dropped.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Any other questions? Diana, please come on. Sure. If English is coming again.
You.
Thank you for very, very interesting presentation. It was new for me and a lot of questions, but just short one question. How do you assess the realism of this assessment? Maybe the not is right word characterizing the realism, but how do you assess the situation that your prediction was realistic?
Right.
Okay. Let me try to explain, and I will use an example. And if I got your question right, so for instance, we found one signal. This is now 3 years before that we have invasive species. This was concretely located to a certain kind of wasp that's so far in the north it does not belong there, and it's really fighting the original bees that we have there. So you find those weak signals. That means small evidence, and here and there some local spotting of this species. So this has made it to, let's say, the web page of the Natural Protection Organization. And so we say, okay, please be careful, this is happening. Then one reaction could be that people are monitoring more closely. So a reaction could be, policy action could be, let's monitor more closely and look for the species concretely, if we can find it or not. And so then you are giving, let's say, the early warning results into some action. This is the ideal case, so that you have the capacity to act on it and to monitor. In the best case, you can say, it did not turn into reality. This was just locally single time event, and so let's forget about it. Or this is like seizing of the signal, or it's getting more major and said, we can reproduce it, we have it, we can increase the evidence, and then this creates a trend which is more stable and shows into a certain direction.
Okay.
Does it answer your question?
Yes, I get answer to my question. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
It means that you always have to follow to the signals, to do something to justify this signal, or
so the signal gets more major do you know I'm not a big fan, but do you know Google Trends, this website, Google Trends, where you have the frequency of search terms, for instance. So you get, AI is now super skyrocketing, and other terms are not that asked that many times. So this is the statistics, Google Trends it's called. So it's a little bit the same. If many people are in different areas are talking about, we've seen this happening, then we say that the evidence is increased, and so we have to look closer and take it more seriously. If it is not that strong, it could be really like, what if this would be true? So you're putting into what if frame. We foresighters tend to think openly into the future, and you can come to the decision, okay, that's not relevant. That's also fine.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the explanation. Thanks to all the speakers of today. Thanks for the questions. I think is that I don't want to stop the discussion, but I have to actually. But as a lot of presenters did, please also look up at the chat. There's a lot of information there, a lot of links there. Not to forget that the European Commission is doing foresight. There are reports out there. Even the EA has done with the IONET group a practical guide. I want to do advertisement for that one because it's low budget. It's very easily for everybody's accessible and very readable. We can distribute it then with the presentation, if I would suggest. So with that, any much more to say about this, I would hand over to our final chair of today.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I think we're sharing. Yeah, I mean, first of all, of course, thank you to all the speakers. I mean, especially also to our last speaker, Uli. I mean, that was actually very useful and exercise actually, and also the explanations which you provided at the end. Of course, we just that was just the first taste actually related to the topic on foresight. And we will continue this discussion. So, I mean, this workshop today was trying to give an insight into the different topics related to environmental reporting, the importance of using indicators, but also the narratives together with the indicators. And we touched a little bit upon, as we just heard in the last session, about the foresight, the future aspects. And yeah, we put on the slide a couple of key conclusions or messages, but feel free actually to add. I mean, this is an interactive workshop, so if there is any messages where you think this should also be put in the report, please tell us. And I think I will just start with the first couple of messages or conclusions of today's event. And my colleague Caroline and maybe Florian wants to add something, but I said, please feel free. So, I mean, our first sessions were mainly about, in general, the importance, the added value of high quality environmental state of the environment reports, the importance of data. And we learned that actually environmental data is most effective when integrated across policy domains, clearly interpreted and focused on decision making. We also talked a lot about the indicators are key for translating scientific complexity into actionable insights for policymakers. We also heard from different colleagues here in the room that actually we need comparable data and indicators for informing regional and global assessments, besides indicators that are informing national policy targets. So we had this discussion in the morning also when Tobias was still with us. We also heard from various speakers today that actually the institutional cooperation is absolutely crucial. We heard it in many cases also that currently it's still a challenge. And I think this is definitely something we need to continue to work on. We learned that actually the cooperation is key also when filling data gaps, but also especially when we talk about data integration. And another topic and discussion point we had was that, of course, credible environmental reporting requires a balance between the scientific robustness, but also always needs to be policy relevant. And maybe Caroline, you would like to continue actually.
Yeah, we also talked a lot about the storytelling and clear narratives that are essential to make the evidence that we gather understandable while preserving the scientific integrity. We also said that strong and high quality environmental monitoring, information and reporting systems are essential, including in context of political polarization, contested science and declining institutional trust. And I think we heard also from Severin about that. Then we, as we just talked about foresight, so maybe it's not so. Yeah, I mean we're repeating what we just said, but said that foresight is important, an important emerging issue for the state of the environment reporting, enabling analysis beyond current trends, exploration of future scenarios, and support for long-term strategic decisions. We heard from various speakers, Switzerland, but also from Dexter and also from Uli, that AI is both an opportunity and a disruptor, affecting data, methods, and interpretation while raising questions of transparency, bias, and trust. And I think exactly this trust building was mentioned a couple of times in various presentations, which underpins all state of the environment reporting. Yeah, this process of foresight also, I mean, we heard that it's sometimes it's the process that's important. So, this co-creation, relying on transparency, clear assumptions, and responsible use of AI and honest communication and uncertainty is important. And I think what we've seen also throughout the presentation is that there's a need for further capacity building for fully fledged integrated reporting. And in particular, these socio-economic indicators as a sort of upcoming or emerging area in the state of the environment reporting, and also in the foresight area. So these conclusions, maybe we can.
If there is anyone wants to add something, please feel free to add. I think the most important message is actually that artificial intelligence cannot replace our thinking and actually our gathering here. So that's actually, and I think we will continue to work on all these topics which we had discussed today actually. And again, I think the people behind all the work that is done related to monitoring, data reporting. I mean, you are all sitting here actually, and I mean, the people behind are very important, and that's also how I would like to conclude. Actually, to thank everyone here in the room, all the participants, all the speakers, our partner organizations, European Environment Agency, OECD, Austrian Environment Agency, but also all other experts, and of course my colleagues, actually, Caroline, Michael helped us in the morning, and Oksana is somewhere around. She helped us with all the logistical preparation, and of course also our colleagues, the interpreters and the technical team behind that, actually made it happen that we managed actually, I think, at the end, everything worked quite well. Yeah, and you know that we will continue the discussions tomorrow for all those who participate in the working group on environmental monitoring and assessment. We will discuss some of the issues or continue some of the discussions tomorrow. And with this, I would like to thank everyone once again and wish you a nice evening. And yeah, see most of you tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.